All right, everybody, welcome to the show. We're back. And you know what we're talking about today? We're talking about the insanity that is the woke left. That's right. We're back. We're talking about it, man. We're talking about the insanity. I know. We're here, and we're ready. Welcome to the show. I am your hostess. No, I'm the host with the most, not the hostess. I do want to thank you guys for tuning in. We are obviously tired of the woke, and it's gotten a little out of hand. It's gotten a little out of hand. Give me a few moments. What's up, Annie? How you doing? It's good to see you. It's good to see everybody. Oh, man, we're just so done with the woke, man. Let's see, double tap the screen and subscribe. Yep, here we go. But we got Annie in the house. It's good to see you, Annie. Ready. But yeah, no, I just think that the left needs to leave Donald Trump alone. Just stop it. You know, all these people just seem to justify their hatred. And it's weird. Like, and you can look, you can have hatred towards somebody if you want, but it should never turn to violence. Look, there are plenty of things that I hate, but I never turn to violence because I hate those things. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean you have the right to destroy it. Okay, and that's just the pure simple fact of all this. And the left has, like I keep saying to you guys, I think the left has just gone cuckoo bananas. I really do. I think that they've lost their mind. You know, they're all over TikTok trying to justify what happened to Donald Trump, trying to justify that the shooter was in the right. How was the shooter in the right? How? Tell me that. So, you know, we're really just done with the left on this channel. Obviously, we've been done with the left for a very long time. We don't support the left in any way, shape, or form. In fact, if anything, we're pissed off at them. A lot of my channel members, a lot of my viewers, a lot of my subscribers are very upset with the left. And the attack on President Trump is not acceptable. Not acceptable. And yeah, do I sound like a little nanny right now? Absolutely I do. Abso-frickin-lutely I do. But I'm absolutely upset. Give me a moment. But yeah, no, I just make sure that you guys double tap the screen to like the stream. One more time, double tap the screen to like the stream. I'm just upset. You know, if there's one thing I could say, like, dude, I'm a Trump fanboy. I'll admit it. Maybe to a fault, I don't know. But I'm just sick and tired of the craziness, you know? There should be no justifying the craziness that's happening from the left. Like I said, if you guys are tired of the left like I am, double tap the screen to like the stream. If you guys are pro-Trump like I am, double tap your screen to like the stream. We're done with it. We're done with the woke. We're done with the woke garbage. Just saying. Straight up. This channel stands up for those of you who are tired of being told what to do by incompetent people. We're tired of being told what to do by incompetent people. So, look, what happened to Donald Trump is unacceptable, and the left is celebrating it. And you guys need to look yourselves in the mirror. Look at yourselves in the mirror and ask yourself the question, why am I such a piece of garbage? Look yourself in the mirror and ask, why am I such a piece of garbage for wanting to see somebody actually die? Seriously. Ask yourself that question. You guys are celebrating the near assassination of our president. And I get, dude, on my chat alone, I get death threats all the time, dude. People send death threats all the time. Maybe not like hard on death threats, but people send some nasty, disgusting messages, and I sometimes I have to report those messages because, you know, I've had people say that they want to Charlie Kirk me and stuff like that. It's crazy. It's messed up, dude. It's extremely effed up. So anyway, no, but I look, I'm a Donald Trump fan through and through. I'm glad he was okay. I'm glad that this guy only got through the first checkpoint and didn't get through any of the others. That's great. Everybody ended up okay. Even the Secret Service agent who got hit by the bullet is okay. Thank goodness. But yeah, no, the people celebrating it, man, get a life. To the people celebrating this occurrence, just get a life, dude. There's just so many people out there that are pissing me off, man. No, but what happened to Donald Trump, man, like I said, unacceptable for that to happen to him, man. But yeah, Trump's the man. Anyway, let's keep going, man. We're just done with the left on this channel. Like we're just done with the left. And if you guys are done with the left the same way that I am, I hope you guys like double tap the screen to like the stream. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel in a lot of ways. So whatever you guys could do to help the channel, just the simple act of double tapping the screen really does help in a lot of ways. So I appreciate you guys for the assist. But yeah. But no, it's just sad that people are celebrating this, and it's weird to me. I never thought I'd see so many people in this country alone celebrating the near assassination. It's just weird, dude. You guys are just so messed up. To those of you who are celebrating, you're messed up in the head. You're screwed up in the head. But let's watch a little Jesse Waters. How about that?
Fox News alert, a third attempt on the president's life, this time at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The night began as it always does, tuxes, gowns, and cocktails. It was Trump's first time attending as president, and primetime was there.
What's the game plan when you get inside?
Well, the game plan is to just sit back and enjoy an amazing evening.
It's going to be great, highly entertaining, classic Trump.
The legendary roast is going to be amazing.
It may be off the cuff. You know, he's very funny off the cuff. An epic speech, but
yeah, I would have been curious to hear that speech, man. I would have been. I'm very curious to see what Trump would have ended up saying at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. But.
Epic Duffy night out.
I'm very excited about The Mentalist.
I haven't been here in years, but I couldn't miss this one.
We came to support the greatest president America has ever had, Donald J. Trump.
At 8:15, President Trump entered the ballroom with the First Lady and the VP.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
The room was packed, 2,000 in attendance,
2,000 people in attendance. Damn, that's a huge room that they were able to rent out too. Like it's crazy, man. Wild, wild, wild. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let's keep going. Let's keep rolling. You know what time it is.
12 of the 18 officials in the line of succession. Hundreds of journalists, media executives, and celebrities sitting shoulder to shoulder enjoying the first course, spring peas and burrata. On stage, just after 8:30, a mentalist leaned over the president and First Lady mid-trick.
My boy O's the mentalist. Let's keep going.
Trying to guess Caroline Leavitt's baby's name. Then, without warning, pop, pop, pop.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. The fact that the guy was even able to get off any shots at all. In most situations, he shouldn't have been able to. He should have had his ass like tased to the ground immediately. But it's a good thing they were able to tackle him and get rid of him. Terrible though, terrible. Now, but just leave. To all the leftists out there, just leave Donald Trump alone, bro. Stay the hell away, bro. Stay the hell away.
An assassin had...
Yeah, Tiny Lane Gaming. That's a big room, man. A huge room on there. Yeah, that was a very huge place to have an event overall, and it's just wild, man. I'm just blown away by all this, man. I just don't know what else to say.
Charged 60 feet through a Secret Service checkpoint, reaching the top of a staircase that led to the ballroom. Secret Service moved immediately. Agents jumped on the president, forcing him down.
The Secret Service grab him, and they're trying to get him to go down, and he's going down, and then they kind of more aggressively get on top of him and bring him down. And the most surreal moments potentially of my life are when President Trump goes down about a foot away from me, and we are side to side staring into each other's eyes from a foot away, looking at each other, and the thought that crosses my mind right then is, oh no, I hope we're not about to die.
Within seconds, President Trump was rushed from the stage.
Hell yeah, dude. I mean, I'm glad that Oz was able to. I'm glad everybody was able to live. Like, it's still wild to me that it all even went down the way it did. It's still crazy though, man. It's still pretty crazy. What do you guys think about this, man? Like, what do you guys think about the whole shooter thing? Like, do you think? I think he's gonna get life. I think he's gonna get multiple life sentences. I mean, you don't do that. You don't do that, man. Hey, Korolov cheats. I appreciate you encouraging people to double tap the screen. If you guys can, don't forget to double tap the screen to like the stream. It does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. But once again, don't forget to double tap the screen to like the stream. Let's go. Hey, one Chucky, thank you for the 100 for 2 jewels. I appreciate it, my brony bro. You're the man. You're a pink brony bro. Let's go.
The vice president yanked out of his seat. Agents swarmed the hallways outside the ballroom, screaming at people to get low.
Damn, these guys are efficient AF, dude. These guys are efficient. They're doing the best they can.
Everybody stay down, stay down. You okay, sir? We got one down.
These guys are part of the Secret Service, though, man. These guys are experts, man. They do combat training probably all the time for these scenarios.
By 8:35, authorities had the shooter in custody. After an exchange of gunfire, one Secret Service agent was shot. He was wearing a vest and is expected to make a full recovery. Inside the room, nobody knew what was happening.
It's wild, man. Like, it's still wild to me that this dude was able to get through. You know what I mean? It still blows my mind a little bit that he was able to get through all that. You know what I mean? Let's keep going, man. Hey, if you guys want to send a gift, though, don't forget to send a gift.
Chairs flipped, glass shattered, and guests hit the floor as agents flooded the venue.
Oh, no, Major General Tao, I didn't do any bets on Calci, bro. I don't do any of that gambling shit, dude. I'm not much of a gambler.
Secret Service agents climbed over tables to protect cabinet members and high-ranking officials.
I went to the men's room. As I was walking out of the men's room to go down the stairs to go back to the ballroom, all of a sudden I hear gunshots going off, and I knew they were gunshots. The next thing I knew, I see the gunman, maybe 3 or 4 feet away, shooting, and it looked like he was just firing randomly at the time.
That's pretty wild, man, if you think about it. That is very, very wild. And, yeah. Holy smokes, man. Holy freaking smokes.
Firing, bullets, and he had a big gun. I don't know what kind of gun it was, but it was a big gun. And within a few seconds, all of a sudden, a police officer comes running up to me and pushes me down to protect me.
That was Wolf Blitzer, who stepped out to use the men's room. And
Of all the bad times to get caught up in that firefight, dude, at least I'm just, like I said, very surprised everybody made it in one piece. Like, just grateful that the Secret Service agent didn't get hurt, you know. It's good. It's good. Yeah, it's a good thing it wasn't a group, yeah.
Came face to face with the shooter. The president was whisked away to his...
It's better, honestly, yeah, it's better that it was a lone person than a group of people doing that. You know, either way, it just shouldn't be happening at all. Secret Service should have been... there was definitely a lapse in security, a little bit of a lapse in security. That guy shouldn't have even been able to get to the first... I mean, shouldn't even have been able to get to the first checkpoint, to be honest. But, you know, I just think that most people are not expecting a person staying in a hotel like that to do that. It's just these people are just so crazy. Like, a lot of these woke people that do this are just insane people. Like, I don't understand. Just leave Donald Trump alone. Leave Donald Trump alone. Stop being so crazy and insane. But yeah, it's just crazy. But yeah, no, I'm glad Trump's okay. I'm glad everybody ended up being all right ultimately at the end of the day. But this is just crazy. It shouldn't even be happening. It just shouldn't be happening.
Secure holding area
Period.
nearby.
End of story.
He was unharmed.
End of story.
Posting at 9:17 that he was recommending we let the show go on if it was okay with law enforcement. But shortly after, the White House Correspondents Association president got on stage and made an announcement.
Law enforcement has requested that we leave the premises consistent with protocol. The president will be having a press briefing at the White House in 30 minutes. That is not a joke.
Trump's the GOAT, bro. Trump is the GOAT. He's quick. Well, I mean, his Secret Service was fairly quick and everything like that. They were able to get everybody out, which is good. But yeah, they had no idea if there was going to be multiple gunmen. Hell, the fact that even one gunman came through was unexpected, you know? And so I think they were just like, you know what? We're not going to risk it just in case there's extra. But it sucks that one piece of shit person like this can ruin the evening. You know what I mean? One piece of garbage human being like this can ruin the evening. And it sucks. It really sucks. And, you know, I wanted to hear Trump's speech and see what he was going to say. And, you know, I'm really a big fan of Trump, dude. Yeah, Trump's a stud, dude. Exactly. Agreed. I definitely agree with that showdown. No, dude, I think, no, I really. I'm a huge fan of Donald Trump. I am, I joke a lot that I'm Trump sexual, but I am actually a real fanboy. And I think what happened to him, man, I shouldn't say nothing really ended up happening to him, which is good. But I still think that even 50 feet away is way too close for comfort, and they need to do a reevaluation of the Secret Service and figure out what happened. They need to learn from these mistakes. They just need to have tighter security. The tighter the security, the better. So, but yeah, the security must be tighter. It definitely needs to be tighter. Without a freaking doubt.
And he insists that we will reschedule this event in the next 30 days.
An hour later, President Trump posted a picture of the alleged gunman, face down on the carpet, shirtless. And at 10:30, President Trump and the press gathered in the briefing room in black tie.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen, man. It sucks that these mentally ill people that do this crap, who do this kind of shit, ruin it for the rest of us who actually wanted to see that. I wanted to see how that evening unfolded when it came to the jokes and what Donald Trump was going to say. And, I'm not a big fan of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I don't think it's the greatest thing in the world, but it's interesting. And it's nice to hear that people felt a little united together. There seems to be such a real separation between the parties. Like, I'm not asking the parties to agree with each other. I'm just asking for the rhetoric to stop, the violent rhetoric. Mainly, it feels like it comes from the Democrats quite a bit, but yeah, violent rhetoric is just so freaking uncalled for, man. There's just no reason for it at the end of the day. But either way, Trump's the man. Trump's a legend, bro. If you guys think Trump's the man, double tap your screen to like the stream. If you guys are tired of the woke left, if you have woke fatigue, double tap your screen to like the stream. Look, we're Donald Trump supporters at the end of the day. We're huge fanboys of Trump. And I see nothing wrong with that. I see nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, Texas Jane is saying, imagine choosing life in prison because of TDS. Exactly. That guy had Trump derangement syndrome to the maximum scale. And, of course, he's going to pay the price. Hope he doesn't drop the soap or anything. But, yeah. But if you guys, like I said, if you guys love Trump as much as I do, don't forget to double tap the screen to like the stream. One more time, double tap the screen to like the stream. It really does help the channel grow. Okay, let's keep going and let's keep flowing.
So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and
yeah, I'm hoping that they're able to do one quickly because Trump's the man. Kash Patel always looks like he's got like something up his you-know-what. He always looks kind of like frightened and like scared. This is why I'm just not a big fan of Kash Patel to begin with. Kash Patel is not one of my favorite people. Neither is Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche just creeps me the F out, dude. Todd Blanche is a creepy mofo, dude.
And
this guy's the man, though. Trump's the man. Kash, though, and Todd Blanche, ugh. Not a fan of either of those guys.
I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said one. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to...
Larson Christopher says, Trump has larger balls than Brock Lesnar. That's funny.
Be probably very nice.
The White House Correspondents Association president asked the first question. Listen.
As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. Yeah. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats, in that moment when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down. Can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact, we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly, other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening, probably.
My boy Larson Christopher says, Cash looks like he is always experiencing a surprise chart. Just saying. But yeah, no, Trump's a stud, dude. Honestly, Trump's the man. I think that what the Trump deranged. Here's the thing: the guy who tried to assassinate the president, man, he's gonna go to jail for life. This guy's going to jail for life, all because he had TDS, aka Trump derangement syndrome. This guy had high levels of Trump derangement syndrome. And possibly even this guy also probably had higher levels of estrogen too, allegedly. Look, this guy sucks. Trump's the man. The person who tried to kill Trump is a terrible person. Like, it's just crazy. But anyway, I'm glad that Trump's okay. Like, at the end of the day, I'm glad he's okay. And we got to stop acting like it's okay to just want this guy to go away. I mean, like, look. He was democratically elected. Maybe not democratically, sorry. Because we're not a pure play democracy. We're a constitutional representative republic, but we're not actually a democracy. But anyway, Donald Trump's the man. But yeah, no such thing as TDS, really. No, Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. I've talked to people who are otherwise very kind and passionate and polite. And then the moment you mention Trump's name, they turn into a vicious person. They're like, you just ruined the evening. You just ruined everything. It's like, what, because I mentioned Donald Trump? Okay, so I mentioned one person and your evening's ruined. You're a psychopath. Yeah, no, so I think that so I just say, hey, leave Donald Trump alone, man. Leave Donald Trump alone, bro. Just stay out of his way. Do you guys comprehend that? Do you guys comprehend that shit? Stay out of my boy's way, bro. Stay out of the way. But no, Trump's the man. Like I've been saying, Trump's the GOAT. And yeah. No, I love what he's been able to accomplish, and he's been one of the better presidents overall. And it's just crazy. It's just crazy what's happening to the man, dude. What's happening to this man? But no, Trump's the man. He carves out his own path. He does his own thing. But make sure that you guys double tap the screen to like the stream. We're trying to get to 100 likes in 100 minutes. Once again, we're trying to get to 100 likes in 100 minutes. So if you guys can, double tap the screen to like the stream. It does help the channel grow. More subscribers we get, the better. But yeah, don't forget to double tap the screen to like the stream. It does help quite a bit.
Should have gone down even faster.
The president didn't point fingers. He responded with class.
This was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful. A very beautiful thing to see. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Conservatives.
It's good that everybody was able to be in the same room at the same time, I guess, and be able to, in some situation, tolerate each other, which is nice. I think it's good to have at least some form of tolerance there. But yeah, just keep going.
Liberals and progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together.
What exactly went down?
Hell yeah.
CBS reports the gunman was staying at the hotel, took a back staircase 10 flights down to the festivities. A volunteer.
What I don't understand is how come that guy backed away and didn't try to tackle him initially, you know? If that guy's running through, he should have been tackled.
Says she saw him assembling a shotgun in a lightly monitored area before opening fire and rushing towards the ballroom. Because he was staying at the hotel, he got his weapons in when he checked in. A pump-action shotgun, a .38 caliber handgun, and multiple knives. He's been identified as Cole Allen, 31, from Torrance, California.
This guy right here. If Trump derangement syndrome had a face, maybe that would be it. Maybe he would be next to that definition. This is Trump derangement syndrome right here. Do you see that? Do you see where my mouse is going? This is Trump derangement syndrome right here. Take it in. Take it in. It's insanity, man. It's insanity. This is Trump derangement syndrome. And to all the leftists in the chat, I'm just going to assume that this is you. Okay, I'm just kidding. But overall, to all the leftists in the chat, if you idolize this guy, if you guys think this guy is the man, you're an idiot. If you think that this guy is the man, you're a moron. You're dumb. You're a fool. You're crazy. Cali, yeah. If you're from California, you probably already have TDS anyway. But man, this is insane, dude. This is insanity. Let's keep going. Let's just keep going. Let's keep rolling.
On paper, he had everything going for him. Caltech grad, good school, computer scientist, smart guy. He designed video games, tutored students, was actually named Teacher of the Month 2 years ago. He had an engineering brain. Here he is on ABC back in 2017.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't.
It sucks that a guy like this, who has that level of intelligence and that level of capability, can become such a crazy person. It's such a shame.
Actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this is to prevent it from moving at all.
He was well educated and liberal. He donated to Kamala last election, attended No Kings rally, and he was a part of a group called the Wide Awakes, crusading against Trump.
The Wide Awakes? You mean the woke people? He should have just called himself. He should have called themselves the woke people. This is woke. I mean, this is he's a woke guy. This is Trump derangement syndrome. This is woke. This is woke.
Billionaires, fossil fuels, you know. His sister told police he made radical statements constantly, always talked about doing something to fix the issues with today's world. This wasn't a crime of opportunity. It was premeditated. Yeah. Just like Kavanaugh's wannabe assassin, he traveled across the country to kill.
That's so insane.
It was on April 21st that he
like, you think about it, it's just mentally insane. It's mentally ill.
All the way from the West Coast, from his home near L.A. He gets to Chicago on April 23rd. And
it's just mental, man. It's mental.
It has been indicated he arrives in D.C. on the 24th, and he checks into the hotel at about 3 p.m. Mm-hmm. He stays overnight. He is very much aware that the president and the first lady entered the ballroom at 8 p.m. And it was at 8:40 that he made a decision to rush the ballroom.
You're still messed up, dude. It's insane, bro. But yeah, no, I just think that the level of Trump derangement syndrome on the left has just gotten so out of hand, and honestly, it just blows my mind. It's just the level of delusions that these people believe. The Cole Allen guy, otherwise a very intelligent person. It's unfortunate. A very intelligent guy believed in a lot of stupid ideas. And that's what I noticed about a lot of smart people is they believe that they're very intelligent, but they believe in stupid ideas. So if you guys think that Cole Allen is going to go to jail for life, double tap your screen to like the stream. Once again, double tap the screen to like the stream if you feel like this Cole Allen guy is going to jail for life, because this is just unacceptable. Also, please subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in a lot of ways. So appreciate whatever you guys could do, but let's keep watching.
This wasn't like the guy who hammered Pauly P in the head. He didn't live in an old school bus and talk to fairies. He was sober-minded and calculating. Booked the hotel in advance, tracked the president's schedule, arrived early and waited. He's not a low IQ lunatic. He's a left-wing militant. He left a manifesto railing against the president. Stuff you hear from Democrats 24/7.
Oh, yeah, he basically took the rhetoric that you hear on MSDNC, the CNN, and all these other left-wing media establishments, ABC News, CBS News. He took it all from those establishments, clearly. And this guy was a Looney Tunes, dude. This guy was just crazy as hell. Crazy as fuck. And he's going to go to jail for life. He's going to get a life sentence on this one. You don't do that. You don't do what you just did, right? What he did was incredibly messed up. And he basically ruined his life because he has Trump derangement syndrome. This guy's going to jail for life because he decided to act on his Trump derangement syndrome. Crazy, huh? Crazy as fuck. Hey, let's give a shout out to my boy Bubba. That's Big Bubba gonna get you in trouble. Bubba J007. Thank you for the 100 for 2 jewels. I love you, Brony. Gonna send you little heart emojis. Here, check this out. Heart. Appreciate you, bro. Okay. Oh, this is kind of cool. Hell yeah. Give me one moment, you guys. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. Do.
Those who constantly falsely label and slander the president as a fascist, as a threat to democracy, and compare him to Hitler to score political points are fueling this kind of violence. When you read the manifesto of this shooter, ask yourselves, how different is the rhetoric from this almost assassin than what you read on social media and hear in various forums every single day? Much of
Oh yeah, it's the same kind of garbage that you see on like leftist shit, whatever it may be. Oh man, pissed off, dude. Yeah, the manifesto, from what I've heard, is basically it's almost like an MSNBC script, I guess, allegedly.
of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many.
CBS, who almost always buries shooters' manifestos, read directly from it to the president's face.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got to say.
Yeah, Trump had every right to get pissed at this lady. Donald Trump had every right to get pissed at her. It's just crazy, man. Some low IQ crap right there. That interviewer on that 60 Minutes thing. 60 Minutes interviewer, just low IQ person, dude. Low IQ person. Allegedly. Hey, BCJ, screw you, dude. BCJ, screw you, bro. Hey, BCJ, you better watch your tone, brother. You need to watch your tone, bro. BCJ, watch your tone. Watch your tone, bro. Watch it. One moment. Okay, so we got rid of BCJ. We're tired of BCJ's crap, bro. We're done with this guy's crap, bro. Let's keep watching.
Associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, you know, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, you know, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that, because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are the
never,
gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The manifesto makes it clear he wasn't happy with his policies. Not fringe talk. It's what the mainstream media traffics in every day. Hitler, Nazi, fascist, a dictator who's going to end democracy.
He's insecure. He's a wannabe dictator.
He's acting like a king, a despot, a wannabe dictator.
No one has ever been more dangerous to this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core.
We are in an era of maximum warfare. Everywhere, all.
Hakeem Jeffries is probably the biggest joke out there. Hakeem Jeffries is low IQ. If we're talking about low IQ people, it's Hakeem Jeffries, it's Nancy Pelosi. Pretty much the top Democrats are all incompetent. Levels of incompetent. They're all talk, no walk. They don't do anything. These are lazy people. I find them to be intellectually lazy. I'm just going to say allegedly. These are my opinions, by the way. Hakeem is dollars to Obama. I thought Cory Booker was. Oh, crap, dude. Hold on. We got a very important message. TJ, my boy TJ, was on Tim Pool. Give me 1 second, though. Okay, give me 1 second, you guys. What's up?
Good evening, everybody. I hope you.
All right, so we got TJ calling in to Tim Pool's. We're going to react to this here real quick. Hold on. I'm going to let TJ know I acknowledged it. Hey, thank you, Bubba, for sending a clutch for 30 joules. Dude, fuck yeah. Appreciate the clutch. Anytime you guys send gifts, it does fund the channel, so whoever wants to send a gift. We're, I'm not the biggest Tim Pool fan in the world, but I do appreciate what he's trying to do. I could take his show in small doses. I could take Tim Pool's show in small doses, but I'm sure most people could take mine in small doses. Because I'm annoying. But yeah, so we're going to listen to a little bit of Tim Pool. And our boy TJ from Stocks Family Farm was on Tim Pool's Timcast. And we're going to see what my boy TJ has to say. We're going to give it a like. Make sure that you guys subscribe to Stocks Family Farm. At Stocks Family Farm is the YouTube alias, if you guys want to check it out. Okay, so let's watch.
An 80s. Next, we've got Stocks Family Farm. What is up?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
What's up?
Good evening, everybody. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Good evening. How's it going?
All right. So, Tim, you have had your property attacked multiple times with firearms and everything else. Blair, you have mentioned that you have received thousands of death threats from the trans community. We've had more than 3 assassination attempts on our president.
Mm-hmm. And these are all true, by the way. Actually, I don't know about the Blair. I know that Tim Pool's compound has been attacked several times. I didn't know that Blair White was getting tons of death threats from the trans community. That's insane. That's wild. Blair White is, last time I checked, is trans. So why would the trans community be sending death threats? That's crazy. Anyway, I mean, that's wild. But no, it wouldn't surprise me if it's true. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that it's true. I trust TJ's sources on this one. But, so we got Tim Pool had his because I remember seeing clips where Tim Pool was talking about his compound getting attacked and stuff like that. His own home, if I remember right, getting attacked. So, it's crazy. It is wild. Let's keep going.
Charlie Kirk was murdered. At what point do conservatives stop speaking out, or do we? And I ask this because I have been going to our local No Kings protests every other week here in a community of 16,000 people. And I've been assaulted 15 times.
This is true, by the way. I can vouch for this. I've reacted to a lot of TJ's live videos and these people at the No Kings protest. And there's not that, the irony is there's not that many people that show up to these No Kings protests. However, even though there's not many, a lot of them are pretty much douchebags to TJ. Like, they don't treat him well. And it's frustrating because TJ's actually a decent person. And it's extremely irritating when a good person like TJ gets treated like absolute trash by crazy people, basically. And look, if you are violent towards somebody who doesn't agree with you, I don't know what your problem is. You should never get, just because somebody doesn't see the world the way that you do, doesn't mean that you need to be violent towards them. It's like people use their mental illness as an excuse to start attacking people and doing terrible things. It's messed up. It's disgusting. Anyway, Mr. Hero says that was simply one hidden point. It was old guns more accurate. TJ is saying perfect timing. Yes. But I wanted to make sure I reacted to this because anytime TJ goes on Timcast URL, not URL, I'm old, Timcast IRL in real life, he always does a really good job of bringing up some very, very core points, and I think it's great. I think it's fabulous that Tim Pool and all those guys, they want him to speak his mind. So this is amazing, man.
The 20 times that I've been down there.
Damn.
I'm being threatened on the local Facebook page, the Coos Bay Area, Oregon Facebook page, and they have called CPS on me to try and have my child.
That should anger everybody. Like, that should, just because this is sad when people, that's low. That right there, and by the way, the person who did that, by the way, I'm not going to say the dude's full name, but it was Sal, a guy named Sal, and Sal is, let's just say Sal is a crappy person, and honestly, it pisses me off to no end that a guy like Sal would do that. It makes sense that he would, because Sal is in my opinion, a sociopath. That's my opinion. And I'm not saying Sal's last name on this video, so it could be any Sal that I know, that I've met. But either way, Sal is, he's despicable, bro. Sal is a despicable human being. And, but yeah, dude, TJ's an amazing human being, by the way.
Child taken from me. And they have been calling my
TJ is saying, TJ says, and I quote, "You know my family, my daughter, and how much I pride myself on being a good dad." Dude, yeah, you honestly, you put a lot of effort into being a good father. You do. You put way more of an effort than most dads I've ever seen. Like I've met a lot of fathers, but you actually put in, honestly, more. I don't have any kids, but if I did, like, I don't know if I could outdo you, man. You're a hell of a father, bro. You're a hell of a father, and I don't know. I just admire that, man. I think it's just great. Annie is saying Sal is a horrible person. The things that came out of his mouth was just nasty. Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't know if Sal has the balls to actually talk to you. I don't know if Sal actually has the balls to talk to TJ. In fact, I would like to see them, honestly, it would be interesting to see Sal interviewed by TJ. But then again, Sal is an overdramatic douchebag. And I think that Sal would probably bitch about it he would bitch about it in some capacity. Because he whines. He's a whiner. Sal is a complainer and a whiner. And that's just what he is. He's a little bitch boy.
The guy that I lease my farmland from, and trying to get him to stop leasing to me simply because I'm a conservative and I go down and quote unquote disrupt their operation or whatever. At what point do we give up, or do we not give up? How much of this am I supposed to take? And you guys do it nationally.
Yeah, it's crazy, and this is just one small town, by the way, this happens in. I wouldn't even want to imagine the stuff that that guys like Tim Pool and all those guys actually have to deal with. I could not imagine the level of death threats that they have to deal with, the level of insane leftists that they have to deal with. It probably pales in comparison to what like TJ has to deal with or what I have to deal with. And still, even then, in a small town, TJ, it pisses me off that TJ is targeted so much by Sal. I'm actually surprised Sal hasn't tried to target me in any way. That's actually that's the craziest thing about this. If anything, I talk more shit about Sal than anybody because I think I don't know much about him, but I've researched the dude, and the dude sucks. The dude sucks. Like, the dude is a terrible person. And even the Democrats in our local area cannot stand Sal. They hate the dude. They're like, this guy does not represent us in any way, shape, or form. But Sal acts as if he's the de facto voice of everything. It's just frustrating, man. Tylord, I do see your comment that says, Annie, did my comment get blocked? I don't see any specific comment from you, Tylord, before that, though. Yeah, YouTube tends to do a lot of... It's so weird. YouTube tends to be kind of a dick to Tylord. Like, YouTube's AI censorship that they have is insane on chats. It's just unbelievable sometimes to deal with. Crazy. But yeah, Sal is a terrible human being, and he's despicable, basically. Anyway, let's keep watching this. I could bitch all day about Sal. I could talk so much smack about that guy because he sucks. But let's keep going.
Nationally, I'm only doing it locally. Is it worth it for us to continue to try and have these conversations and dialogues with the other side?
Maybe, or move. Yeah. Like, the hyperpolarization is happening, which means people around you are probably going to start moving as well, and eventually you'll be the only one left, and that's when they come and really fuck shit up. I know a lot of people are going to say, no, stay and fight, maybe, but my concern would be if you stay in that area and be like, I'm going to fight, will it just end up being like the Bart Simpson moment where he says, everybody, let's turn our desks around, and then when Mr. Grabok walks in, no one did, it's just him?
And to say and fight in this time and era we live in, we said it 20 years ago, it's fine, we fight in a peaceful way. These people are evil, they're dangerous. They don't fight in a civil manner, so probably moving is a good suggestion, Tim.
I think on an individual level for you should prioritize your safety. So if you keep ending up in like physically dangerous situations, maybe just like assess your own strategy or weaknesses that or vulnerabilities that keep landing you in those situations. I think you should take care of yourself physically and your mental health. And maybe sometimes it's not about quitting or staying, it's about taking a break. So like maybe you bow out for, a little while just to get your head right, and then maybe you can jump back into.
Yeah, Blair's right. Blair White is right. Oh my goodness, that's honestly the best piece of information I've heard in a while. I mean, yeah, sometimes you do have to take a break and bow out. Luckily though, on YouTube, I got to admit, I'm pretty lucky on this one. I obfuscate so much information. Most people don't even know how old I actually am. They don't know my birthday. I even fake when my birthday is on this channel. So nobody actually knows my real birthday. Nobody knows my real age. Nobody even knows my true location on YouTube, which is great. So I like to obfuscate the truth. So that way nobody can really identify who I am. And what I do is I leave breadcrumbs that lead these people off of a metaphorical cliff, because I don't want people to be able to come back and make my life miserable, So you have to, when I'm on like YouTube and any public facing stuff I do. For example, if I'm at a No Kings protest, I like to make sure that I obfuscate the truth quite a bit to some of the people who are talking to me. Not everybody, obviously. Like, if I could tell that you're a liberal, I'm not going to let you know any of my personal identifiable information. In fact, if anything, I'm going to make it to where if you ask questions about like what my phone number is or where I live, I'm going to give you incorrect information. I'm going to lead you off a broken trail. And here's the thing. It's like, I don't wish to go after anybody. I don't do that. It seems as though I get threats as well, and luckily none of these freaks know where I live. Thank God. I try to keep everything, like I said, I like to obfuscate the truth on here quite a bit. Larson Christopher says, Garza, you're a boomer. We all know. It was funny. It's funny now that you mention it. I was actually thinking about making short videos about boomer maxing, and I'm going to spell it out. Boomer maxing. I was going to make a parody on how to boomer max as a millennial. So what I was going to do was I was going to probably look up I was going to do some additional research on how boomers behave. And I'm going to do boomer maxing videos on how to become a better boomer as a millennial. And I thought it'd be cool and calling it, like there's looks maxing, there's height maxing. Well, I'm going to start a trend called boomer maxing. Boomer maxing. And I think it's going to be funny as shit. So you guys, it's coming down the pike. It's coming down the pipe. Or pike, I don't know. I don't know what this saying is. Anyway, either way, boomer maxing. Keep your eyes peeled.
Doing your part,
Yeah, I sort of, that was my first thought, as a tactical shift sometimes is different than quitting or going harder. It's kind of sort of like a strategic change because if you keep upsetting the same people in the same way, they'll be like ready for you next time. And you don't want that.
Breaks are important. You should pace yourself.
I could learn a lesson from Blair White on this one. To be honest, sometimes I need to take a break. But man, I have too much fun talking about, like, for instance, I talk about this stuff on YouTube a lot. And you know what? I don't like taking a break, man. I love streaming every day. The only time I don't stream is if I have things going on where it requires my attention away from the home. But I do, it's funny because I go out quite a bit. Larson Christopher says boomers. Larson Christopher says do it. Boomers watch TV and advertisements work on them. Yeah, it would be funny, man. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask ChatGPT, like, what are the qualities? How do I become a stereotypical boomer? And then I'll just kind of work within that framework, and then I'll do boomer maxing, where I talk about different boomer maxing techniques I learned on how to become the most effective boomer of all time. That'd be fun. I'm gonna be the greatest boomer there ever was. Yay! Yay! I'm out of my mind. Let's listen to TJ though. I got to stop interrupting my boy on here. So we're gonna listen to the rest of TJ on Timcast IRL's members only call in. Oh yeah.
So I go down there with a Christian perspective, and I pray for them before I go down there, and I come down there with nothing but kindness. But yet I'm still being posted on this local Facebook page, and I don't even have Facebook, but the local tourist Facebook page is run by a sex offender, and they're posting.
Oh yeah, Coos Bay area is the Coos Bay area page is absolutely 100% ran by one. Yes, agreed. TJ, dude. So TJ, I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of preview about what's I can't speak about what's about to happen. So what's about to happen is this. I believe TJ told me that he's gonna call out Sal quite a bit on this in the last part of this, as far as I know, and the fact that he's running the Coos Bay area page. All right, let's take a listen.
Posting videos of me trying to make me look like I am an adversary or violent or whatever, and they're just lying about me.
Right.
And is it worth it that
I think, you know what, one of my theories is that I think that Sal is attracted to TJ, and I think that Sal is jealous. Sal is jealous that he could never get TJ. That's why Sal does this. That's my theory. Now, Sal is a disgusting piece of crap, and he's overly partisan about his politics, and he's allowed politics to become his identity. You don't want that to happen. You just don't want that to happen. And Sal has made politics his identity. Granted, I'm going to take the low road on Sal, and I think that Sal wants TJ. I think Sal, I'm going to say allegedly, I think Sal allegedly wants to get with TJ. Just saying. That's why Sal, it's textbook. This is why Sal continues to treat TJ like a pile of crap. Is the only explanation I could think of, psychologically speaking, on why Sal would be doing this, is that Sal is secretly attracted to TJ. And because he knows that he can never have TJ, this makes Sal angry, and Sal takes it out on TJ as a result. That's my theory. Okay.
Continue this?
I think
no. You're going to
it.
people who hate you and don't want you there, but you are their enemy. It's one thing if you go to other people and say, like, I'd like to advocate for something, but going to the people who are trying to stop you, it's like just giving. It's like I don't know. You're going to gangbangers and being like,
well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Like, if you think about it, though, Charlie Kirk and my boy Alex Stein, they go to college. They went to colleges and stuff like that. And when they go to colleges, they're debating mostly liberals. So I mean, Tim, are you gonna tell Alex Stein not to go to colleges to debate liberals? I mean, Charlie Kirk debated liberals. Are you gonna tell him that he shouldn't have done that? You know, Tim, I got to disagree with you. I don't know what Tim's kind of leading towards on this one, but I think Tim is basically saying not to go to these. But no, you should. You should confront these people. You should call them out. You should expose these people for how insane they are. And all it takes is talking to them like a decent human being. And TJ, by the way, TJ speaks to these people as a decent human being. But these people don't treat him as such. And it sucks. You know, it basically just exposes them for who they really are. And I think what TJ's doing is perfect because it just exposes the left for who they truly are and the kinds of pieces of garbage they really are. So that's just all I could say right there. I mean, I got more to say, but we'll keep watching.
Here's the drugs. Like, I don't know.
We live in a country that President Obama put a tweet out last night. He couldn't even say. He pretended we didn't know the motive of the shooter.
Yeah.
If we live in a country where an ex-president can't even call out evil a shooter, attempted assassination. We have problems in this country.
Well, Obama thinks that evil things are good things anyway, from what I could tell. That's my opinion, at least. Let's keep going.
So to keep going, we have probably deranged people. It's not safe.
And you said that you come at it from a Christian perspective and you pray before you go. Maybe you should ask God if there's a different route you should or could take. And maybe the fact that you're even asking us is kind of indicative of like, you kind of know already that maybe you need to change paths. So just like ask God and pray on it and you'll know what to
see. I take a different approach. See, TJ goes down there with kindness. I'm not going to lie. I go down there to troll. I troll those events, those No Kings protests. I'm trolling hard. I troll as hard as I can. I sing about how much I love Joe Biden. I tell people I'm basically singing the whole time in front of my camera, and I'm doing like opera or rock and roll style vocals and shit. I go hard. And I'm basically singing about my love of Joe Biden and my love of Tim Walz, and that I'm woker than all those people down there, and that they're just jealous of me because of how woke I am. And I go down there to troll, which what I am doing is far less honorable. TJ does the honorable thing. TJ takes the high road, and I respect him for it. I wish I could take the high road. I just can't. I know, because basically the reason I take the low road with these people at these No Kings protests is because of how they've treated TJ, right? You know, originally when I went to the No Kings protest, I kind of did it as just a little bit of a joke and to make fun of the left, you know? But then I started watching more of what TJ was doing, and then I got sad because they were treating him like shit. Like, it really saddens me that the lack of like humanity they show towards TJ. TJ's a good dude. He's a far better person than I could imagine myself being. I'm not like a dirtbag or anything. I'm not a terrible person, but like in a lot of these cases, man, he takes the high road. He takes the high road, and I don't. I go down there and I'm just like trolling these people. It's just because I've seen how much of a lack of respect, and I go down there more often. I want to try to go down there more often because how they treat him is just I don't know how the way they treat TJ is very uncalled for, though, and they need to knock it off. They got to knock it off, bro. I will admit I wish I wasn't so busy on Saturdays, because that's one of the reasons I haven't been going, is because I end up having, things to do. I usually, go over to my girlfriend's place, which is always totally great. But at the same time, it's just like dealing with these leftists. I mean, it does make for fun content. I will admit that. It does make for very, very entertaining content to go down there and troll to my heart's content. But yeah, the left is, to be honest, I just don't have any respect for the left. That's one thing I could say. But let's keep watching. I'm sorry, I keep interrupting this man, but I see what TJ's doing, and I really hope these guys are not trying to deter him from doing this. And ultimately, it's up to TJ. I know TJ is seeking advice on this one, but TJ, I would just look in your heart of hearts, really ask yourself the question, is it something you want to do? Outweigh the pros and the cons to yourself. I'm not going to tell you what direction to take. I'm not going to lean you one way or another. I'm just going to say, listen to your, as cheesy as this sounds, listen to your heart. When he's calling for you. Okay, try not to but listen to your heart, though, straight up, man. TJ says, Tylord says, Sal is mad he got caught being a PDF. Tylord also says, I just troll the fuck out of them and ask basic questions that would stumble their thoughts. Yeah. I mean, the whole goal is just, here's the thing. I like what TJ does. He does the right stuff, man. He does the right stuff. Larson Christopher says, those of us outside the blue bubble can instantly identify those of you from the blue bubble. Hyperbolic lies upon lies from your side. Yeah. It's it's usually pretty easy to spot somebody who I guess you would say is very left leaning. It's pretty easy to figure that out, at least in my experience. But yeah, I just the way that they teach the way that they treat TJ when he's down there, like I said, it's unacceptable. It's uncalled for because TJ's actually a good person
to do.
You know, Daryl Davis, he's a someone to emulate. He went to the Klan. He's a black dude, black jazz musician. And he'd go to these dudes and he ended up befriending them. It was less about going to the events and like making a scene. It became more about an individual at an event he met.
Except what happened to Daryl Davis when he tried confronting Antifa?
Yeah, anytime you go after a crowd or
he walked up to a single black man who was on the left who threatened to kill him. And he came back to us and he said, my God, I have met with Klansmen, white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and I've gone to their rallies and they will talk to me, but these people will not. He put a post on Facebook saying, I am shocked at how insane these people are. And he gave up.
Oh, Antifa's out of their minds. Antifa is a BS organization. Or I should say disorganization. No, Antifa sucks, bro. Antifa is ridiculous. Crazy. Let's keep going, though. But yeah, Tim's right, man. Well, the guy who was talking about Antifa. Sorry. So Tim was talking about a guy who had, met with other crazy groups. But yeah, Antifa just, you can't reason with them. These guys are just so polarized and they're so whacked out of their minds. It's just like, it's like trying to negotiate with a beehive. You're just going to get stung. You know what I mean? It's like trying to talk to a beehive. If you stay there long enough and you get too close to it, you're going to get stung. Antifa's a lot like a beehive. Stay away from it. Stay the fuck away from it.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know if they're Antifa.
No, just the left.
You got to get through to them.
Errol Davis went to white supremacists because they were like,
the argument still stands.
Talk to me.
You identify them at an individual level rather than try and like convert a mass of people. If you can somehow if you have made a connection with someone that you met at one of those rallies, it might be worth it to develop that relationship.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Thank you very much. You all had great suggestions. Blair, you telling me to go to God and ask that question, I think that was the most valuable thing I could have probably heard. And you're right. It's probably something I already knew. Mm-hmm. And I thank you very much for saying that. And I don't really have anything to shout out. Shout out the Discord. But God bless all you guys. And thank you for your input on this matter.
You too.
Thanks for calling in, brother.
Yeah, dude. TJ. TJ, my man, dude. Honestly, he said TJ's a cool dude. To those of you guys who don't know TJ and all that, he's just a phenomenal human being. Like I said, great father, really fun guy to talk to. He's a fascinating dude, man. TJ's a fascinating dude. So it was really cool that he got to talk to the Timcast people and be able to talk about. I'm glad he called out Sal. He called out Sal. Thank you. Thank you for calling out Sal. Holy crap, man. Sal deserves it, dude. No, that was a brilliant call-in, bro. TJ, that was a brilliant fucking call-in, bro. Ty Lord says, no, I love that. I loved it, TJ. Amazing. Ty Lord says, God bless TJ and his beautiful family. Yeah, he's got, dude, honestly, great father, great family, amazing. He makes sure his household is in the best of order it can be. I honestly can give nothing but praise to TJ. He just does a good job, man. And he tries his best as well. That's another thing. I just appreciate sincerity and effort at the end of the day. I appreciate sincerity and effort. If you're a sincere person and you're trying in whatever you're doing, I appreciate that. Like, I love it. And TJ is one of the most sincere people I've met in a while. Like, it's crazy. You don't really come across a lot of sincere people these days. And, sometimes you feel like a lot of people just feel like they're kind of passive aggressive these days. And it's just kind of tough. But no, TJ's actually upfront and very transparent, especially with his motives. I love that. Like, it's amazing. Like, it really is amazing. So I give nothing but praise to TJ, and that was a hell of a call-in, dude. That was amazing. Holy crap. And the whole panel, man, they gave some really good insight and advice, man. Now, those guys could be really wise in this stuff, I will admit. Those guys could be very, very wise. I could tell those guys are pretty well read, and they got some good philosophies under their belt too. So, just all around, that was an amazing clip. That was an amazing call-in, dude. Holy crap! Now we are gonna watch the rest of this clip real quick. This Jesse Waters clip, and then we'll probably react to a few other videos and stuff, but. But yeah, no, round of applause to Mr. TJ one more time. Everybody give a round of applause to TJ, man. I don't know if you guys could really hear the hand clapping on that one, but you guys saw it. Okay, let's Hakeem Jeffries. That's right. This is where we were left. This is where we were at last on this video that we were just watching.
The time. We're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
But 48 hours after the third attempt on the president's life, Democrats are like, what'd we say?
And you have, as many of your fellow Democrats have.
I love how the Democrats are denying that they have terrible rhetoric that encourages these psychopaths to go out and try to harm the president. Like, the rhetoric from the left, it tends to be very violent, and it's despicable. It's hilariously despicable, and they will not admit that their rhetoric is a problem, and that in itself is a problem.
Have used some heated rhetoric against the president, and do you think twice about that when something like this happens?
What rhetoric?
No, they're not thinking about it. The left doesn't think that far into it. You don't want to give the left that credit. They just don't deserve any credit right now. The left doesn't deserve any credit on this one at all. I mean, they deserve credit in the sense that, yes, their rhetoric is what, the anti-Trump rhetoric is a problem. It is a huge, huge problem, and the Democrats need to get called out for this big time, especially on the mainstream media. You guys keep saying, you guys keep comparing Trump to Hitler and all these terrible people throughout history, and yet you think that nothing bad's gonna. You guys know that these comparisons are bullshit. By the way, I would like to believe that most of these people are aware that these comparisons are bullshit. TJ says he's going to bed. He's have a good night and love you, brother. Hey, TJ. Love you too, brother. That was a hell of an interview, man. Get your rest. Amazing. Dude. I mean, I'm not going to lie, dude. Peak level. That was amazing. That call-in was studly. And that's all I could say right now, man, because that was unbelievable. Anyway, get your rest, Mr. TJ. Later, my man. Woo. Everybody, once again, give a round of applause to our boy TJ, man. Just incredible, dude. Incredible human being.
Do you have in mind?
Some are even calling Saturday a false flag operation.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. All the people that are saying it was staged. Now we have some Democrats who are saying that this whole thing was staged. Of course they're going to say that. You want to know why? Because it deflects from the fact that the Democrats have hateful, terrible rhetoric. Like, we're talking about the most hateful rhetoric out there. And a lot of the stuff in this dude's manifesto mirrored a lot of the things that are said on lamestream media about Trump. So, to all of you guys, it blows my mind. It really blows my mind. It's times like these I'm glad Kamala Harris is not our president, man. Exactly, Pug Plug. Exactly. Everybody give a shout out to the Pug Plug. Total stud. We got too many studs in the house. Too many studs. All right, I love it. I love it. Let's keep going.
People jump to that conclusion that it is staged because Trump lies. His lips are moving. The likelihood is he is lying.
You don't want to watch the news about fake assassination.
Chances are, if the Democrats' lips are moving, I think that they're lying. That's my opinion. So,
attempts or what they're calling an assassination attempt. I think he's forgotten how many times they've attempted this.
Trump's been almost assassinated 3 times in less than 2 years, all by Democrat donors.
That is insane, by the way.
Donors.
Oh, and all 3 of them were Democrat donors. That's interesting to know. All 3 of the people who tried to assassinate Trump were Democrat donors. Go frickin' figure, huh? Go frickin' figure. It doesn't shock me in the slightest. It doesn't shock me at all at this point. Amazing. Give me a second. I'm going to grab a soda out of the freezer. The mussy is the bussy, and I don't know why. I'm that kind of guy. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, it's crazy how many Democrats are trying to say that this was staged. Insane.
The latest gunman even wrote a manifesto telling us who he was going to shoot and why. But basically, the head of the Democratic Party says, who knows why he did it? Barack said this, although we don't have yet the details about the motives behind last night's shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, it's incumbent upon all of us to reject the idea that violence has any place in our democracy. Yeah, brave stand, Barack. All violence is bad. Yeah, we know. How many bullets did Barack dodge? No one tried to assassinate him, Biden, Clinton. Bullets are only flying in one direction. Ronald Reagan was shot at the same hotel in '81. They killed Charlie.
Yep.
They shot a hole in Steve Scalise. Rand
Yikes.
Paul's...
It's crazy, dude. Just the amount of violence not only the amount of violence from the left, but the violent rhetoric that you hear from especially supposed prominent Democrat officials. It's wild.
Neighbor cracked his ribs, tackled him from behind, his own neighbor. They tried to kill Kavanaugh. They firebombed Teslas. BLM burned down entire city blocks. Antifa lays siege to courthouses. Luigi Mangione murdered a healthcare CEO, and the left fell in love. It's not just left-wing violence.
I will admit, a lot of the left-wing fanboys and girls, there just tends to be a lot of violence on that side. It's crazy. And this is why I can never be woke. This is why I don't vote Democrat, man. Because a vote for a Democrat is a vote for woke. Cancel F7S. Thank you for the sparkles. I appreciate it. Oh, man, dude, you're sending a lot of sparkles. Everybody give a shout out to Cancel F7S. He's comboing tons of sparkles, which we love it. Combo as much as you want, man. I say combo as many of those as you want, brother. Thank you, Sparkles. Sparkles is comboing 30. Oh, my God. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Cancel F7S, for comboing 30 Sparkles, 2 jewels a piece. Appreciate that, brony. I appreciate that big time, bro. But yeah, everybody give a shout out to Cancel for all the sparkles. You're a beautiful man, Mr. Cancel. I mean it, bro. I mean it. If you guys can, though, double tap the screen to like the stream. We're trying to get to 100 likes. Once again, double tap your screen to like the stream, yo. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow in a lot of ways, at least when it comes to growth on the algorithm. So once again, man, double tap your screen to like the stream. Let's keep going.
There's a fan base for it. 27% of Democrats feel violence against Republicans is justified. 22%.
Whoa. How many? Let's go back on that. Hold on.
Democrats feel violence against Republicans is justified.
Well, hold on.
22% of young liberals. Antifa lays siege to courthouses. Luigi Mangione murdered a healthcare CEO, and the left fell in love. It's not just left-wing violence. There's a fan base for it. 27% of Democrats feel violence against Republicans is justified.
20. So basically, essentially one out of every 4 Democrat voters essentially believe that violence against a Republican's good. Are you kidding me? These people are sick, man. Cancel F7S says, you're welcome. Thanks for your time. Hey, Cancel, baby. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate those sparkles, though, man. Anytime anybody wants to send a gift, by the way, Happy Poop Yum Yums are my favorite gift, personally. But you guys can send me any sort of gifts, and I'll appreciate them because, honestly, I love them all. Whether it's a 100, a Sparkles, a Happy Poop Yum Yum, whether it's any sort of virtual gift. On this channel, we appreciate it big time, and we like to show our love, and we like to show our appreciation, too. Also, don't forget to become a channel member. Anybody who becomes a channel member, it's only 99 cents a month. So hopefully you join. If not, no big deal.
22% of young liberals say they'd be happy if their political opponent died. This isn't a tiny group of people. Large factions on the left are into violence and death, and they're not ashamed of it. But President Trump says he thinks he knows why.
I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way.
Mm-hmm. Trump's delivered so...
Yeah, and that's the thing. Trump has said this time and time again. He's a president of consequence. He is somebody who's accomplished quite a bit, And the one thing that the left hates more than anything are people who accomplish things. The leftists, it seems to be a personality trait where leftists tend to be, they have too much envy for people who are doing better than they are. Because most leftists the reason I think most leftists are leftists is because they're miserable people. I think miserable people tend to be more attracted to Democratic politics than Republican. Most Republicans I've met seem to have most of their life together. At least they're trying to get it together. When they don't blame anybody for their circumstance, they don't envy other people. But Democrats seem to envy everybody. They seem to blame the fabric of society for their shitty lives, and they never take the time to point the finger at themselves. Republicans, on the other hand, seem to be far more self-aware. Maybe not fully, but more self-aware than the Democrats. So, I don't know. The Democrats are a crazy... the Democrats are insane. I mock the Democrats whenever I can. But if you guys have woke fatigue, if you guys have Democrat fatigue, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And also don't forget to double tap the screen to like the stream. The more likes we have, the better. It does help the channel grow. But yeah, please take the time to double tap the screen to like the stream. It really does help the channel in a lot of ways. Give me a moment. I'm searching something in the analytics real quick. I'm looking at some analytics. Like I said, don't forget to double tap your screen to like the stream. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
So much change. And he's so ambitious about putting America first, the left's livid that they can't stop him. So they shoot him. They're not winning elections or arguments. There's no policy. They're not even debating him. They're just hating him. He's dominating the political landscape so forcefully that they can't even wait until he's termed out. So they try to take him out. They get the base all hopped up on hysteria and goose him up and turn him loose. And then when someone tries to take a shot, they'll back off for a week or two, and they'll pick it right back up. The media themselves could have gotten shot Saturday night. They're putting themselves in danger. Maybe that'll be a wake-up call, or maybe not. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
Who knows what the result will be? Let's take a look here. Oh, we're going to react to a little Asmongold TV called This Has to Stop. I'm assuming this is about a lot of the violent rhetoric that's going on overall, and we'll see.
Trump calls on Disney and ABC to fire Jimmy Kimmel. Oh my God. So I'm going to be honest. I hate Jimmy Kimmel. I think he is the biggest, I
think Jimmy Kimmel's a freaking sellout too. I don't think he's that funny anymore. You know, back in the day with the Man Show, actually Adam Carolla was the funnier one, but Jimmy Kimmel was also pretty funny until I don't know if the woke mind virus got him, but he became one of the most unfunny people out there.
Can't say the word that I think he is, which means that you guys all know what it is. I hate him.
I think I know what word you're thinking of when it comes to Jimmy Kimmel. I can't say it either, but I would love to say it if I could on here. But let's keep going.
I think he is the most insufferable, obnoxious person.
Between Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert, I don't know who is more of a sellout. I think Stephen Colbert might be the biggest sellout of them all, But Jimmy Kimmel's like right there, and they're like, if being a sellout was a marathon, Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert would be neck and neck in this marathon.
Like, and the reason why I really hate Jimmy Kimmel is the two-facedness of him, right? Like, I respect people, like, in a way, I respect people like Joy Reid more than...
I respect sincerity. I think that's what... Here's the thing. I respect sincerity at the end of the day. I don't respect Joy Reid. I think Joy Reid isn't... I don't know. Maybe she's just naturally crazy. Maybe she is sincere. But I do respect sincerity if I can... If it seems sincere, you know?
Jimmy Kimmel, because Joy Reid is just a dumb, retarded, racist bitch. That's all she is. And she never pretends like she's not. Yep. She never tries to act like anything else.
She does stay true to her character. That's true. Asmund Gould's got a point. She does tend to stay true to her character. So, I mean, that is pretty genuine, but... I see where he's coming from. Asmund's got a point.
That's what she is. And that's fine. But the problem, what I really fucking hate is the fact that Jimmy Kimmel goes out there and goes on political monologues nonstop, but then says, oh, but I'm just a comedian. Oh, you can't go after me. I'm just a little old comedian.
I'm just a comedian. You can't do shit.
Well, then why is nobody laughing? Why do you need a laugh track? Like, you go to a comedy club, there's no laugh tracks there. And so anyway, he's pretending like he's not flagged for PvP. He is. He's flagged for PvP. He's doing this. And look at this here. Jimmy Kimmel crying about ice in Minnesota. Jimmy Kimmel making jokes about Melania being a widow. So what?
It's funny that Jimmy Kimmel claims to be a comedian, but he's really just a mouthpiece and a cry piece for the left-wing establishment. He constantly echoes a lot of the left-wing sentiment that comes from the deeper, more disgusting sides of the left wing. No, Jimmy Kimmel's he's not great. Sorry, I'm all confused. Jimmy Kimmel used to be good. Now Jimmy Kimmel is, when I'm talking about good, I mean like when he was on the Man Show. That's when he was good. But overall, Jimmy Kimmel now is he just cries all the time about the stupidest shit. And he tries to make you, he cries and says that Trump's so evil. Trump is so bad. He wants to get rid of illegal immigrants even though they came here illegally, and that's illegal. You know, I don't know. I can't stand Jimmy Kimmel. He's an idiot. But let's keep going.
What's the difference here? It's like you're laughing about this, you're making jokes about this, and simultaneously you're crying about people that got killed. This is so fucking annoying. And no, I think this is ridiculous. Fucking trash bag is. I mean, saying that somebody looks like an expecting widow is a very, like, there's no, like, where's the punchline there? It doesn't even make sense. So it's just basically more.
He's just roasting and saying terrible things. The problem is the roasts are not that good. Jimmy Kimmel is in my opinion, an annoying vag.
Assassination baiting, more baiting of violent rhetoric and violent language.
Yeah, and the violent rhetoric. Just stop with the violent rhetoric. I have a message for the leftists out there. Stop with the violent fucking rhetoric, bro. We're done. Oh, everybody give a shout out to cancel-F7S for sending gold coins, baby. You just sent 20 gold coins for 10 jewels. Holy crap. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Everybody deserves a shout out. Thanks for the gifts, my man. Anything you want me to shout out, brother? No, I appreciate the gold coins, man. Everybody give a shout out once again to Cancel. he sent out 20 gold coins in rapid succession. My man deserves the praise, bro. My man deserves the praise, yo. Random player is wanting cancel to be his boyfriend or girlfriend. Hell yeah. Get it. Get it, random player.
Language. So how is it that you're crying over a person that got shot? Meanwhile, the police officer that shot this person didn't even have an investigation because it was so obvious that they were in the right. Meanwhile, you're trying to, make excuses for and talk about how it's funny that like the first lady is going to be expecting widow. It's disgusting. And so, no, I absolutely hate this person. I do. I totally hate this person. And I hope Trump puts more pressure on him and it makes things worse for him.
I hope Jimmy Kimmel actually gets fired. Like, I don't usually like to call upon people to get fired, but he's been such a douchebag for, like, in a bad way, and like, he's been one of the people fanning the flames, I guess you could say. When it comes to all the violent rhetoric towards Trump, he's been fanning the flames quite a bit, and it's so frustrating.
I hope the same thing that happened to Colbert happens to him too. And he should be sacked for comments like that. I mean, I think that Trump should definitely, like, this is always my outlook, right? Is that I think about what would a person like this do to you, and then I just do that to them. Like, that's what I would do. Like, that's my outlook on it, right? Like, I don't think about, like... Oh,
that's a fascinating outlook. Let me hear that again, though. Hold on.
He should be sacked for comments. Like, he should be sacked for comments like that. I mean... I think that Trump should definitely, like, this is always my outlook, right? Is that I think about what would a person like this do to you, and then I just do that to them. Like, that's what I would do. Like, that's my outlook on it, right? Like, I don't think about, like, oh, well, like, what's fair? Like, I'm like, well, what would they do, right? And it's like, okay, well, they like, I mean, Jimmy Kimmel, like, oh my God, right? Let me see.
Hospitals get any more overcrowded, they're going to have to make some very tough choices about who gets an ICU bed. That choice doesn't seem so tough to me. Vaccinated person having a heart attack, yes, come right on in. We'll take care of you. Unvaccinated guy who gobbled horse goo, rest in peace, Wheezy. Your hospital.
So there it is, right?
It's crazy. Like, Jimmy Kimmel is kind of a sick piece of garbage in all actuality. Yeah, he called for the death of the unvaccinated. That's insane. Yeah, and people also didn't want to get the COVID vaccine. I completely understand their point of view, too, why they didn't want to get it. It makes perfect sense to me why people didn't want it. So, yeah, Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert are fucking sellouts. They're even more sellouts than I am. I think I'm a little bit of a sellout sometimes. But, like, they are huge sellouts, bro. Terrible, terrible sellouts, man. It's insanity.
Right? And so this is, and the reason why I don't like Jimmy Kimmel is because, like, I respect his freedom of speech, but I don't respect his political speech under the disguise of a comedy show. I don't like the idea that you have used your show as a vehicle to push political ideology, but then whenever you get pushback for that political ideology, now you act like, well, I'm just a comedian. I think that it's totally fine for him to say this. I don't have a problem with him saying this. Like, I mean, legally, right? I think he's a piece of shit and he's totally wrong.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, I don't have a problem, like, ethically with him saying this, right? But the problem is that you go on, and Colbert is the same way, is that they go on and they make political statements, and they have a very, very one-dimensional political bias that they exercise, and then the moment...
That's true. I mean, it's just like anything the Democrats do, the Democrats could do no wrong. You know, I will admit, like, I may be a Trump glazer. I love Trump. I think he's the man. But at the same time, I am man enough to admit when Trump isn't doing something right. I think he's doing things right majority of the time, granted. But when it comes to things like crypto and shit, I think he's dead wrong on that crap. But, like, I don't just blindly agree with Trump on everything he does. I think that's what people need to realize. I'm not a blind cult follower. I just happen to be a Trump fanboy more than anything. Yeah, Trump's the man. Trump is the GOAT, bro. Trump is the GOAT.
That they get any pushback for that political bias. Now, somehow, this is a big, now it's a victim parade. Now that comedians like him don't aim for laughs, but for clapping and approval. I like that. I think that's a really good analysis. Yeah, they're not looking for laughs. They're looking for claps.
Yep, they're looking, will the crowd approve of me? Do the woke people approve of me? Do they approve of me? Do they like what I'm doing? Do the woke people like what I'm doing? Do the woke people love me? Do the woke people love me? Yeah, that's what Jimmy Kimmel's doing. He's like, does my woke audience still love me? I hope my woke audience still loves me. You guys are so cute, my woke audience. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you guys can, don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one.
It's an approval. Or like Cheers. He's on public broadcasting airwaves. That's a problem. I don't really care about that. I mean, like, I just don't, right? I mean, you can... Now, obviously, like, you should use every method possible to attack your enemies. It doesn't matter whether it's hypocritical. It doesn't matter whether it's unfair. You should always attack your enemies in every way that you can. Now, I'm not trying...
Well, that's an interesting philosophy. I don't know if I mean, if they're really going after you, then yes. If somebody's really going after you and they're being a real piece of crap to you, then yes, go after them with everything you got. Absolutely. Basically, if they're gonna punch low, punch lower. That's my motto. If somebody's punching me low, I'm punching them lower. I'm gonna go 10 times harder when I'm punching them lower, though, just so they know not to fuck with me, right? Because if somebody's fucking with you, sometimes you gotta, fuck with them right back. I mean, it's just, I think it's a bad idea to lay down and take it. To be honest, I think that's a terrible idea. That's just my belief system on it, That's the way I see it, at least. Ooh, woo. Yeah, one Chucky 10. Jimmy Kimmel is a prick, dude. He's a dick. He's a prick. He's all of the above, man. Jimmy Kimmel is the lowest of the low in so many ways, man. I am definitely not a fanboy of Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel sucks. Agreed. Random player says, ooh, hell yeah. All right, let's see here. One more moment. Give me just a second, everybody. One more momento. Got to look up something. One more thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Oh. Tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights are faded? That heaven is overrated. Tell me, did you fall from a shooting star? One without a permanent scar, and then you missed me while you were looking for yourself out there. Your best friend always sticking up for you. Even when I know you're wrong, can you imagine your... Oh, dude, we got a kitty cat. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah, thank you, Annie. I appreciate the kitty cat. Turn it up, turn it up. Oh, I appreciate it. Well, you're looking for yourself out there. Damn. Everybody give Annie a big shout out, though. Thank you so much for the gift, my brony bro. You rock. No, it's amazing. Thank you, Annie, for the gift. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. Kimmel's not a comedian, dude. He's always crying about some stupid thing, you know? Kimmel's always crying about something ridiculous. Now, sometimes it's justified to cry about, you know? There are times where Kimmel's crying, and I'll be like, okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, right? But otherwise, you know, it's like Kimmel's just like, I don't know. You're damn right we're mad at Jimmy Kimmel, man. We're pissed. Random players putting the moves on, man. Random players getting it hard, bro. Random player putting on the moves, bro. OMG. But yeah, thank you guys for double tapping the screen to like the stream, though. I really greatly appreciate it. The more likes we get, the better. It does help the channel grow. Helps me feel like I got a bigger schlangus than I really do.
trying to, like, you know, tone police you. But what I'm saying is that, like, you're asking me my opinion on it. I don't really care about that. Like, it's not, like, that's just really what it comes down to me. Him talking about politics like Billie Eilish land talk, they shouldn't be talking about the topic. Well, Billie Eilish, the thing is that, I mean, she doesn't really do politics a lot. She's made, like, what, 4 political comments her entire life? Who cares? So it's like, I don't really care about that as much as, you know, a guy like Jimmy Kimmel that does this as a career for, like, you know, 15 years. Like, I mean, who cares? Some pop star has a libtarded opinion. Oh my God, it must be a day that ends with Y. Like, I don't really give a shit. And so, who the fuck even watches cable anymore? I don't know who watches this guy at all. I really don't. And so, anyway, he's been getting a lot of pushback for this. And so, let me listen to a few more of these.
Much of the manifesto of the would-be assassin is indistinguishable from the words that we hear daily from so many.
Yeah, that's where he got it from.
For example, as the First Lady of the United States pointed out this morning, just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow.
Yep.
Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing over the potential murder of her beloved husband?
It's sick. It's totally sick.
It is pretty deranged, man. It really is deranged. And I think that Jimmy Kimmel, honestly, if we're going to be honest, I think that Jimmy Kimmel's actually just jealous of Trump. Jimmy Kimmel is just jealous that Trump is leading a better life than he is. That's the only thing I could think of. Jimmy Kimmel wishes he lived a better life, and he leads such a shitty one that all he can do is poo-poo on those who are living a good one. That's all he can do. That is all he can do. Is just poo-poo on those who are living a better life. And it makes sense because that's just the kind of MO that Jimmy Kimmel has. That's just the kind of man Jimmy Kimmel is. But no, I think yeah, exactly, Annie. Jimmy Kimmel's comment was just, it's disgusting, man. It's just bad taste, dude. It's just in bad taste. And Jimmy Kimmel is just so woke that he can't see straight. That's a problem. You know, all these woke people going super crazy and just never stopping with their woke shit. It's insanity to me. It really is insanity to me. That's the way I see it.
The thing is that everybody knows this. We all know this, but the people that support it play this gaslighting game as if they don't. It's so obvious what you're doing. Everybody know. We all know this. It's terrible to say. It's ghoulish to say. And here's the reality too: is that if you had right-wing people utilizing the same language, do you think Jimmy Kimmel would be going up there? And especially, like, theoretically, like, let's say a Democratic politician has an attempt on their life, you know, like, heaven forbid, but let's assume this happens, and there's some right-wing person that, like, 3 days ago said, oh, we need to pop this guy off, or, you know, like, I wonder what his family's going to be like whenever they find out that, you know, he's dead. And everybody would be playing that clip. All of the same people that are playing and saying that it's freedom of speech and comedy, they would be out of their fucking mind trying to get this person deplatformed, screaming from every rooftop they possibly can. So the entire idea that this is freedom of speech or anything else, this is purely politics. It is 100% politics. And right now, there are enough people that are naive and stupid enough to think that these people genuinely care about the Constitution. Meanwhile, we just saw a video of them saying that, yes, let's systematically kill unvaccinated people indirectly by not giving them hospital admission.
That is crazy to me, man. That is crazy to me. Comply or die. That comply or die attitude is so screwed up, dude. Jimmy Kimmel's one of those people that basically encouraged the comply or die mentality. You know? Crazy.
That's no problem for them to say, but at the same time, you can't go and say something like this. It's crazy. And so Jimmy needs to support it. Exactly. So what do Republicans say about Melissa Hortman? I don't know what Republicans said about it, but like, let me look at what I said. Asmongold, Minnesota, how do you spell Minnesota? How do you spell Minnesota? I just can't spell. Like, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I literally, like, it's like a fucking mental disorder. Like, I just can't spell. Minnesota, assassination. Okay. And anyway, so can I find this here? Killer of Minnesota lawmakers found. They assassinated a lawmaker. So
that was a scary situation. That's so fucked up right there. That's haunting, man. That type of crap is disturbing and haunting, man.
These right here, these are two videos that I made, I guess probably 1 or 2 days apart from each other, talking about the person that did the killing. So I didn't say that it was good, but I just don't. No, I don't know why. Like, I can remember numbers, but for some reason I just can't remember the ordering of letters. Like, I like spelling naive. Like, I've tried to remember how to spell naive, and I just can't do it. Like, I don't know why. Like, I really don't. I mean, yeah, it's very, very odd. And it's weird because usually, like, I have no problem being able to do things like that, but I can't do it. Like, because I was saying this word, I was typing this word to somebody out of practice. Well, no, I type it regularly to people, honestly. Like, it's one of my favorite words, and I still say it wrong every single time. It's just there's something wrong with my head there. I don't understand it. But anyway,
some people are just really shitty at spelling. It happens. You know, not everybody's an elite level writer. Not everybody has to be. As long as you're creative and can come up with your own thoughts, that's also just as impressive. So writing is not a requirement. Writing is nice. Writing is fun, but sometimes it's not the end all be all.
I immediately called that out. I mean, the assassination of those two Minnesota lawmakers and also the husband, I think, as well, was disgusting. And this person was a sick freak, and I think they should execute him. That's what I think, right? And there's literally there's no fine print to that. Like, I mean, whether he was a Democrat or, like, I mean, I'm sorry, you show up to somebody's house like this, I don't care what political party you're from, you're from the political party of Halloween, okay? Like, you're fucking crazy. Nuts. So, I don't care about that.
Shit, bro.
The idea about this period is that it's sick, and nobody should be supporting this at all. Tim also won't let that happen.
Yeah, we live in interesting times. I think it's because everybody sees each other on social media. And the problem with social media is it makes people think that they're bigger than what they are. And in all actuality, they're just small people that can't handle the fact that their life sucks. That's pretty much it, man. Give me just a moment. One moment. Give me another second. I'm actually taking a look at the taking a look at this piece of garbage real quick. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Thank you guys for your patience. Let's keep
He worked
going.
for Walls, literally? Yeah, he worked for Walls. His friends said he was a Trump supporter. It's a wash. It is. It's a wash. Who knows what happened? Who knows why he did this? He had flyers in his car that were kind of schizo. It's very hard to say. The point is that you have people like Jimmy Kimmel.
I will say, you know what's funny is the right. I will say the one thing I do like about right-wing politicians is they never call for violence against Democrats. Do you notice that? It's so rare. But the Democrat politicians seem to have the most violent rhetoric about all sorts of crap, right? When it comes to like the president and other people who basically don't agree with them. It turns. I believe in my heart of hearts that the left is extremely violent. That I believe that most of the political violence, majority of it at least, comes from the left. That's my opinion. It's my belief. That's what I think.
That openly espouse assassination rhetoric on broadcast television. They do this plainly. Like they say, like there's no implication here. It's just obvious.
And having experienced what I did with the First Lady on Saturday night, I can tell you that she was anything but that. This kind of rhetoric about the president, the First Lady, and his supporters is completely deranged, and it's unbelievable that the American people are consuming it night after night after night. As president,
Then do something about it. Then create a new rule, do something to shut down public broadcast television that's advocating for violence or murder. Put some lawsuit against ABC or whoever is running the show.
I mean, that may be what you have to do at that point. You know what I mean? That may end up being the solution, potentially. Bear with me, though. I'm going to eat some crackers. Give me one moment.
Laugh out loud.
Hey, thank you, Crucible. Thank you for becoming a VIP. I appreciate it, Brony. Everybody give a shout out to my boy, Crucible. Hey, thank you for joining the membership, man. 99 cents a month, brother. Hey, if anybody wants to become a member, it's only 99 cents a month, and it helps the channel a lot. Also, if you guys want to send any gifts and get an instant shout out if you send a gift, but everybody give a shout out to Crucible, for subscribing and being a channel member for 99 cents a month.
Laugh out loud.
I put my boy's name back up on the board. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member, though. I really do appreciate it. I love you, bro. Thank you, man. If anybody else wants to become a channel member, feel free, man. Feel free. We're becoming bigger and bigger every day, so be part of the growth, man. Be part of the growth. Let's keep rolling, man.
Do something about it to make how'd you get rid of Colbert, right? I mean, just do that too. So I don't know what this is. We need padded rooms for these people. Yes, definitely. And so why isn't the FBI at his door? Yeah, exactly. Why isn't this happening? And so this is the problem that I have. I'd love to get your opinion. Well, how do you highlight the difference between her expecting shots fired to Jimmy Kimmel's joke? I know there's a difference. I want to get your input. Well, I mean, so what do you think? If you know there's a difference, then why would you even say it, right? I mean, why would you create this dichotomy or this comparison if you know that there's an obvious difference? Why would you even do that? I mean, I don't like engaging with devil's advocates. I don't like doing that. I think it's.
I get it. Something's either wrong or it's right. You know what I mean? Something's either wrong or it's right, and you could usually just tell if it is or not. You want to debate something, fine. But if something seems stupid or bad, I don't know.
A waste of my time. If we're all on the same page with this, then I don't think we need to waste time, retracing, and retreading ground that everybody's already walked on. We know what's going on with this, right? And so, legit, I feel that. Yeah, that's not human to type that. No, there's a lot of people that do that. It's just that I have a and I'm not mad at you for saying that. I'm not trying to be a dick or anything. It's just that I have a lot of people that do that, and it's just it's kind of a pet peeve of mine. But I'm not I'm not offended, right? That's just my opinion.
President Trump said on Saturday night at this podium,
So Crucible says, glad to help out. I agree with you on almost all the issues. Hell yeah, bro. Even if you didn't, man, even if you don't agree with me on any issues, I still, no matter what, I always appreciate, good conversation on here. At least I try to. I haven't been interacting with the chat as well as I probably should. But I want to say, yeah, just becoming a channel member for 99 cents a month, it really helps out a lot. So if anybody wants to become a channel member, take the time to tap the join button. If you have 99 cents to spare a month. Look, by the way, I know that sounds stupid to say, but it isn't. I totally get it. Penny pinching is something that I do a bit. I'm a bit of a penny pincher. Even though technically at this point in my life I don't necessarily have to be, I kind of still am, oddly enough. So I get it, man. But I appreciate you being a channel member. I try to have the cheapest, it's not the cheapest, but I try to have the most low-cost membership available while trying to add the most value. I really do. I've been trying to make more member-only content, so that way you guys can watch and listen to some good shit. So Crucible is asking, do you think Kimmel should be fired for his sick widow comments? Look, I am a freedom of speech kind of guy, but I do think it's a bad look for the network. Jimmy Kimmel has said a lot of stupid shit. And, he says he's a comedian, but he's not that funny. Now, granted, look, it's at the end of the day, do I agree with what he said? No. Do I at the end of the day really think he should be fired? I'm going to say no. I don't, because I'm a freedom of speech kind of guy first and foremost. So even if somebody makes a derogatory joke, I will say that it's not in good taste. But I will not want to see somebody canceled because of a derogatory joke. Now, if he is subtly calling for the president's death, that's another thing. If he's doing something that disturbing, then yes, cancel his ass. Cancel his show. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of censorship, though. I'm really not a big fan of censorship. It really is up to the network. If ABC wants to keep him, that's up to them. We'll see what the free market decides. If people stop watching his show, which nobody really watches his show to begin with, so his show is closer to cancellation every day anyway, because nobody actually wants to watch his show. That's what I think, at least.
We as Americans must recommit ourselves to resolving our differences peacefully and uniting around the shared values that make our country great. The deranged lies and smears against the president, his family, his supporters have led crazy people to believe crazy things, and they are inspired to commit violence.
Yep, and these are mentally ill people doing this shit, by the way, mentally ill.
Because of those words. It has to stop.
Yeah, I mean, there's been an intentional and deliberate effort in order to turn up the temperature of rhetoric by everybody. I think Trump does this. I think Democrats do.
I don't think Kimmel was aware that there was going to be an assassination. I don't think he's aware of that. But I think, look, Jimmy Kimmel fantasizes about the most messed up shit when it comes to Trump. So I don't think he knew about this ahead of time. I think this is just wishful thinking on his end, and his wish almost came true, unfortunately. And thank goodness it didn't, man, because Jimmy Kimmel is a real piece of work, bro. I mean, I think Jimmy Kimmel sucks. I don't think he's funny. And to be honest, if people don't watch him, he won't get the ratings, and then he'll get fired because of poor ratings. But I don't watch Jimmy Kimmel. I don't watch him at all. I think he's low IQ. I think he's a big baby. And Kimmel is not as funny as Gutfeld. Greg Gutfeld is funnier than Kimmel. Greg Gutfeld is a million times funnier than Kimmel.
do this. I think that the worst angle of this is the Democrat supporters that are going out there and, chanting and saying crazy stuff. And then the Democratic lawmakers and the representatives don't spend enough time rebuking them. Like anytime that, for example, a Republican or somebody like that is, like they're like caught being racist or, like something like this, they're immediately, you expect every Republican to come out and say that, well, this person is like this is a bad person and immediately call them out. Like, for example, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I don't think anybody was saying this was some kind of like a cover up or, some sort of a setup job or anything like that. But the problem is that now you have people that do that in order to deliberately, make it less important. Trump is an incendiary counterweight that to the left's 10 years of reign of insanity. Well, I think that the real way to handle it is just simply to enforce laws. What would a reasonable law against this behavior be that doesn't backfire in the future by corrupt usage? So everything can so being worried about corrupt usage of something is, in my opinion, it's a logical fallacy. Because corrupt usage implies that it's not being used by a person that is in good faith in the first place. So why would you expect a person who's acting in bad faith to need a law to do that? A bad faith actor will do whatever they want regardless of what the laws are. They'll twist whatever they want to make whatever conclusion they need to. So the idea that you need to write things and do things in a way to prevent a bad actor in the future from taking advantage of them, it's just impossible to do that. It is because, and the reason why is because those people that would do that in the future will not care about what the law says. They'll just simply apply whatever their viewpoint is, period. I think that you can look at the COVID tyranny as a great example of that. You needed no precedent for this. All you need is the opportunity. So anyway, going back to what your question was, how do you actually make a law? I think that anybody that's advocating for, well, actually, we don't need to make a law. What am I talking about? We don't need to make a law. We already have them. There are already dozens of laws on the books about, like advocating for violence,
Yeah, advocating for violence against somebody and stuff like that. It's just, there are laws about that. So all the death threats, by the way, that Nick Shirley gets, those need to be looked into. Like, Nick Shirley gets a lot of death threats, man. It's utterly disturbing. Like, he doesn't deserve it either. Like, Nick Shirley's the man, by the way. And the irony is he just exposed a bunch of fraud committed by leftists. And that's the oh. Kemoy Chapman, what's going on, Brony? Oh, Kemoy sending tons of floating hearts. I love you. I love you, Kemoy. Thank you for the floating hearts, my man. Hey, send as many as you want, man. You know I love as many floating hearts as I can get. 27 floating hearts, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Oh, my God. Kemoy is loading me up. Oh, yeah, Kemoy. Load me up, man. Load me up. Thank you, Kemoy Chapman. I love you, bro. 54, 56, 57 floating hearts, 59 floating hearts, 61 floating hearts, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 67, 67 floating hearts. My goodness, thank you, Kemoy Chapman. I love you, bro. Thank you for those gifts, man. Thank you a big time for those gifts, brother. I appreciate that, man. Everybody give a shout out to Kemoy Chapman. 4-3. We love you, bro. Go Jaguars. We'll go Seahawks first. And if Seahawks don't make the playoffs, then go Jaguars. But I think the Seahawks are winning the Super Bowl twice. We're going for it again, dude. Yeah, it's crazy how violent, it's crazy the amount of violent rhetoric there is towards Nick Shirley. Yes, it's insane to me. The left is utterly insane to me. But Kimoy, thank you for sending all those. Thank you for sending all those. I'm so brain dead right now. Floating hearts, though. Everybody, give a shout out to Kimoy Chapman 4-3. Boom. Thank you, Kimoy Chapman. I appreciate you, bro. Nothing but love. Nothing but love.
Like like trying to solicit like any sort like a domestic terrorism, etc. So we don't need to invent new laws. All we need to do is apply the existing ones. So that's what I think that we should do. It seems
that sounds pretty reasonable to me. Apply the existing laws. Sounds Asmongold's on to something. Oh my God. Asmongold is breaking new ground, bro. And I love Asmon, though. Now, he's a smart guy, man. Asmongold is one of the smartest guys on the tubes. He's on Twitch, but I love his videos on YouTube, though. That's why I react to those first and foremost. I refuse to give any amount of time to Twitch. I think Twitch is a terrible platform. I still hope Asmongold decides to stream on YouTube instead. I would love to see Asmongold on YouTube. That would be the key.
It's very obvious. And punishment is the deterrent. Exactly. It's important to have somebody to hold someone responsible against. Vague laws make it harder to hold bad actors against. Well, we already have the laws, right? Like, I don't think that we need any new laws. Like, that's really the answer, is that all we need are the existing laws, things for, inciting, like, let me just, like, list of inciting laws, of laws against inciting violence against a group of people, against someone in the U.S. So, I mean, like, yeah, let's just go ahead and we'll go through this. Yes. Solicitation to commit a crime of violence, Anti-Riot Act, insurrection or rebellion, threat statutes, hate crime and civil rights statutes, incitement to riot or violence, terroristic threats, hate crime enhancements, hate crimes. So hate crimes are it's like a damage multiplier, right? So like a hate crime is not a crime in itself, but if you do something and you did it because of a racial reason, it's like a multiplier, right? So
okay. Well, how can you prove? I mean, I guess you can prove if there's like evidence to show that it's. Some people just assume that the crime is a hate crime, though. But here's the thing: all violence is unnecessary. I think all violence towards somebody else, unless like there's two people getting into a fight at a bar, I think nobody should be in trouble. Unless there's proof to show that one guy started it more over the other, and the other guy had no other choice but to get in it. I don't know. We're getting into some gray areas here when it comes to the law, and I'm not a law expert. Talk to a lawyer. Talk to a lawyer to figure out the law. Because I don't know shit about the law.
It's like added cold damage, or like an added. It's like basically it's a critical strike, and but if you don't get a hit, you can't get a crit either. What is this?
The left is not the only people doing this, and the right.
That's crazy. That's not the only people doing this. Okay.
Does it just as much online.
You can understand. They don't. It's just obviously not true. I mean, like every polling and statistics says that's not true.
Why we're on edge as conservatives, though. 3 times the president, Steve Scalise, Brett Kavanaugh, Charlie Kirk. Heck, there was even a plot against Russ Vought the other day, who's the head of the Office of Management and Budget. I mean, conservatives are, I think, rightfully on edge because this keeps happening over and over and over again, and people keep calling Donald Trump a Nazi, and they keep calling him a fascist, and they keep repeating lies about him that are not true, yet they keep getting repeated regarding Epstein and other things. I'm just telling you, as a conservative who lives in this every day, my friend was murdered last year, my president's had 3 assassination attempts. I have a knot in my stomach about it every day that I wake up.
I want to hear what Scott.
I love Scott Jennings, dude. Scott Jennings gets me going, dude. Scott Jennings is a sexy man, dude. I love me some Scott Jennings, bro. Scott Jennings is pretty tight, man. I like him. I love me Scott Jennings. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. It's a sexy man, dude. It's a beast. Know what a beast.
Jennings thinks about designating some of these groups as terrorist organizations and then weaponizing the National Guard and the military against them directly. Because if you're not willing to do that, you're not willing to solve this problem. I want to know what he thinks about taking all of these violent protesters, these rioters, and just simply arresting and hog-tying all of them and putting them inside of basically containment camps and federal containment camps, and then ignoring any state orders to let them out. Because unless you're willing to do that, you don't want to solve this problem. Yeah, send them to Guantanamo Bay. Black bag them. Like they always talk about black bagging. I mean, shit. Might as well do it. That's the way I see it. Politicians, so unless you're willing to go to that level, you can't dial these people down. There's no language.
Scott Jennings is Scott Jennings gay? Scott Jennings is straight, dude. Are you kidding me? Is Scott Jennings gay? Let me look that up. Is Scott Jennings gay? Well, it says CNN commentator Scott Jennings is married to a woman. Honestly, Jennings, 4 sons. While there have been recent unsubstantiated online rumors and podcast discussions regarding his impersonal life and alleged visits to a gay bar, these claims contradict his publicly documented life as a married man with a family in Kentucky. Okay, I don't know. Crazy. So people are. So wait, was there a leak that he's gay? Scott Jennings is gay? I don't think he's gay. I don't. Maybe I'm lying to myself, but I don't think he's gay.
They understand other than violence and force. That's it. That's all it can be. I thought, yeah, exactly. You want to be a victim? Yeah, that's what I always say. You want to be a victim? Great. Let's make you earn it. That's how I see it. I agree with most of the narrative coming out the GOP. I don't understand how lacking the security was. Did you get a chance to read the manifesto? The bro literally called out how easy it was to set up this plan. It doesn't matter because the guy didn't even get into.
Yeah, it was easy to set up the plan, but he wasn't able to get through that blockade. He did get through the first checkpoint, but there were additional checkpoints that were there. I think that needs to be established. So there's backup security. Like, there's layered levels of security. So I think if they're going to do this again, they need to up the security like crazy around that building.
Into the room with Trump. Like, there were obviously 2 different layers of security. He got through the first layer, and we're supposed to imagine it's secret. Like, how many assassination attempts do you think has had on Trump that we don't even know about, right? I mean, no, very clearly, like, yeah, he failed. He didn't even get in the room. So I think people are vastly overestimating this entirely. They accuse Trump of the things they themselves want to do. Yes, of course. Maybe he couldn't even detect.
Yep, exactly. They accuse Trump of the things they want to do. So, for instance, they call Trump a Nazi. That means they want to be Nazis. When they say that Trump is, when they say that Trump wants to be when they say that Trump is a dictator, what they're really telling you is that they themselves want to be a dictator. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
protect the cameras. Maybe you're right. I have no idea. So anyway, that's what my question is to Scott Jennings, right? Is like, unless you're willing to actually go Old Testament on these people, then you will continue to have this culture of political violence. That's literally it. And let's see here. Does anyone else not care about White House correspondence shooting at all? I don't care. I don't care about the shooting, but honestly, like it's the shooting isn't what matters. It's the reaction to it. It's the culture around it. Like, even the thing itself happening isn't the big thing. It's the culture. It's like Charlie Kirk, right? Charlie Kirk being killed. Like, political activists get killed.
We got Uncle Chris in the house. What's going on, my man? We got Uncle Chris. He's in the chat reacting to Asmund Gould with us. I love you, Uncle Chris. You're the man. You're the GOAT. Uncle Chris in the house. Thank you, Brony.
Pretty regularly, right? I mean, Martin Luther King was killed. Fucking Malcolm X was killed. Charlie Kirk was killed. You have Abraham Lincoln was killed. Like, there's tons of people that get assassinated regularly. It happens. Like, Shinzo Abe was killed. Like, it's not uncommon or unthinkable that it could happen. The problem is the reaction to it. JFK, yep, there's another one, right? Charlie was a podcaster. Yeah, he was a podcaster, and he got killed. I'm confused.
Yeah, like, here's the thing, man. Charlie Kirk had a lot of influence. And yeah, he was killed for his political beliefs at the end of the day. And it's terrible. Absolutely terrible, man. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Like, are you trying to... So are you like, so do you think that, like, what do you mean by saying he was a podcaster? What are you trying to say? You got pulled up for this. You did. You got pulled up. William McKinley got assassinated too? I don't know about that. 6'7"? More like 07. Get the fuck out of here, you idiot. And so anyway, no. No.
That's too funny, man. That's too good. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Because you know you're being an idiot. Everybody knows that when you're making a list of people, you're not comparing them. You're not saying that, oh, Charlie Kirk is the same as Abraham Lincoln. Everybody knows that. But you're drawing this distinction as if it's not already understood in order to, like, minimize it or to downplay it. That's what you were doing. It was obvious that's what you were doing. And then you're dishonest about it because you know you can't defend what you're saying. You're just being an idiot. So anyway, and that's what I think. So try to brainwash idiots like that, dude. They're not brainwashed. They're just stupid. That's the reason why. It's a little bit different. But anyway, that was funny. Shouldn't have banned him. I don't know. I thought it was funny to ban him. So, I mean, like, really, it seems like it's about the same. I don't like people that are dishonest.
No, that's understandable.
I don't like people that are dishonest and annoying.
Like, if you're honest and sincere, I appreciate you more than anything, even if I don't agree with you. If you're being honest about your viewpoints in life, and you're not trying to just personally attack me, like, yeah, no, I appreciate sincerity more than anything. So, no, I do. And here's the thing, man. The Democrats have lost their way. The Democrats have absolutely lost their way, and I think it's just painfully obvious that the Dems are completely mentally cooked overall. And that's what I believe. I just believe the Democrats are mentally cooked. I think they're out of their minds. I really do. I think the Democrats are cray-cray. But yeah, no, that's just what I believe. Anyway, let's keep going.
And it's annoying. And this is the guy they charged. That's it.
Reading this from our colleague in the courtroom, Jake Gibson. Cole Allen is facing 3 counts. Count 1, attempt to assassinate the President of the United States.
That's bad.
Up to life in prison. I'm just reading this on my phone in real time. Transporting a firearm across.
Yeah, dude's going to jail for life. I mean, it's pretty obvious. The shooter is going to jail for life, dude. Let's just call a spade a spade. You go into that area that close to the president and start firing a rifle? Yeah, Cole Allen needs to go to jail for life. If you do anything that crazy, you're going to jail for life. Period. End of story.
State lines, 10 years and $250,000
That's crazy. I
fine.
didn't know it was that
and
much.
The third count is discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, a mandatory minimum of 10 years. So the first is attempt to assassinate
this guy's
the president
cooked.
of the United States,
Totally
up
cooked.
to life in prison.
No, this guy's not seeing the daylight for a while. I mean, like, dude, this guy's going to prison. Straight up prison, man.
Good.
Then the second two, transporting a firearm across state lines. And number three, and the final, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence.
Wow, how about that? Biden's son didn't get 10 years for the same charge. Well, that's the reason why nobody cares about... I think that's the reason why nobody really cared about Trump, committing crimes, is that, I mean, you had Hunter Biden that was playing Grand Theft Auto in real life, and nothing was happening to him. Nothing was happening to him. And how is it that you can have the president's son that has video recordings of him driving like 100-something miles an hour with a hooker in the car and smoking crack without a shirt on, and nothing ever happened to this guy? He's not in jail.
Nothing.
Well, it's obvious why. It's because it's the president's son. So how can you respect what's the word for it? Like a stance on law and order when you have such a blatant hypocrisy there?
Yeah.
How can you sound jealous? I mean, look, he had some nice cars, okay? He did. He had some nice cars. So what a time.
I love it, man. I love it.
Exactly. Our next president, exactly. And they don't want law and order. Yeah, they just want control. And correction, prostitute in the trunk. Oh, he had two of them? I don't know. And
jeez, are you kidding me? What? He had prostitutes in the trunk? What the F? What the F? Oh,
so, yeah. Up to you. What is this here? And didn't Hunter also leave the country recently, too? I have no idea. And where is this here, if I can find it? And where'd this go?
Maybe Hunter Biden will sell more of his paintings. His lovely, lovely paintings. I love your paintings, Hunter Biden. They're beautiful. My life is brilliant.
And if you're transported from state to state, it becomes federal. Well, of course, I think that makes sense. I mean, definitely. The current president's son's insider trading and making billions. Which one's worse? Which one is worse? One of them, like, whether he's insider trading or not, this is not something that is as evident as, for example, somebody driving and smoking crack in a car. Like, everybody knows driving and smoking crack in a car is wrong.
Yeah, insider trading is a white-collar crime. That's some white-collar crime shit, dude. Insider trading? It is. At the end of the day, that's just white-collar shit, dude.
Like, there's no trial that needs to happen for that. It is a blatant and obvious violation of the law. Now, if somebody else is doing something wrong, then obviously they should get in trouble. But what I'm saying is that a idea of insider trading is not as obvious as driving a car with hookers in it while you're smoking crack. One of them is a lot more obvious than the other. And if you try to play that game, all you're doing is making excuses for it. That's it. That's what my point is. And what do you think of all the missing scientists? I think that there's something going on, and I don't think that anybody knows what. I think that's really what it is. I don't even know if they're dead in some cases. I really don't. And let me scroll down. I'll find a few of these and go through them. You might be advertised, welcome back to the party for firing squad. Wow, no. Would you do it if you were him? No, absolutely not. No, 100%. What does it have to do with it, though? They should go after both? They should, of course. Obviously, insider trading should be punished. Like, I mean, yeah, duh. Like, I don't know if that's happening or not. But what I'm saying is that one of them is very evident. And I don't know about insider trading. Insider trading is a complex white-collar crime that has to be investigated by a bunch of...
He basically said that... He said the same thing I did. I said it's a white-collar crime. That's all it is. And honestly, it's very tough to prove insider trading sometimes. And look, the sad part is, if you want to know the truth, even though we can't prove it, it's pretty evident that insider trading happens all the time, especially with members of Congress. I'm going to say allegedly, though, to cover my ass. Allegedly. Allegedly. But either way, yeah, it's a white collar. Dude, Asmund Gould and I are like on the same wavelength here. We're saying the same thing. Asmund Gould agrees with me, or do I agree with Asmund Gould? I don't know. Maybe he watches my show. Maybe Asmund Gould watches my show, and if he does, thank you, Asmund. I really do appreciate it. If Asmund Gould actually watches my show, I mean, I would blush. I would be blushing if Asmund Gould watched my show, because I try to be like a mixture between Chris Hansen and Asmund Gould.
About like third-party entities, right? Like you have to go into this and look into it thoroughly. You can't just be certain that there's something that's insider trading because you've, read a news article. Like it's completely different. Anyway, I thought this was pretty funny. Now even Israelis have their own version of the Great Replacement. Here we go.
Oh, wow. Israelis have a Great Replacement theory. Let's take. I'm curious about this.
White people are being replaced in Israel. I guess it must be Israel. White people and Jews who do not believe in it. Dominant minority.
I'm just muting the music real quick. I don't know if the music itself has any weird copyright stuff, or so we're just kind of waiting for the music to play.
And we are
Oh my God. This is crazy.
Promise them this. Oh.
What is this shit? What is it? This looks like some AI slop right there. This is crazy, man.
Excuse though. Because, like, our excuse is Israel's doing it to us. So is Israel's excuse? Is Israel doing it to itself? Is it America doing it to Israel? Like, what is this, right? And the animation's fire, though? I guess so. I'm Israeli. I can confirm. I have no idea. Okay, man. Like, I have no interest in, the politics over there as long as it's not bombing Americans, right? And, Israeli leftists crashing out. I guess so. I don't even know what it is. Also, so this same girl, remember this girl yesterday, political violence.
As much as I love Asmund Gould, I do want to kind of change. We've reacted to enough Asmund for now. I love Asmund Gould. I'll probably end up watching this personally a little bit later. But yeah, Asmund's usually spot on with a lot of his takes, man. I love a lot of Asmund's takes. And he's just a smart cookie, bro. He's a smart dude. One of the smartest dudes I've seen on the tubes, bro. Oh, Laura Ingraham is calling the Democrat Party the assassination party based on that thumbnail. I tend to agree.
For this country. Now to the assassination party. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Now, he's one of the, I think, most beloved figures in the entertainment industry, mainly because he's a trusted source of poisonous anti-Trump rhetoric.
Oh, yeah. And that's the thing. When it comes to woke, Jimmy Kimmel is woke people comfort comedy. Jimmy Kimmel's not funny, but woke people generally are not funny because they're too afraid of offending each other. So the reason that there's no humor the reason that woke people are not funny is because, well, they're always offended, so they can't be funny, and they're afraid of offending other people around them. It's not, honestly, I don't know. James Blunt is what Eric Klein wants. Okay. Tim Walz is brilliant. Tim Walz is pure. He is so cute. Of that I'm sure. He smiled at me while I was eating Subway. He is the freaking man. But I won't lose no sleep on that. 'Cause I've got a plan. I love Tim Walz. I really do. I love Tim Walz, it's true. I know he's cute. And I don't give a toot. And I know that Tim Walz is the man. Don't you think he's pretty cool? I love Tim Walz. I think he is the man. And I love Tim Walz. I love Tim Walz. I frickin' do. I love Tim Walz, it's true. I know I'm woke, and you think that I'm a joke, but I could listen to Tim Walz all day. I swear it doesn't make me gay. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. And when my morning wood rises in the early sun, feel you touch my hand in the pouring rain. And the moment that you wander far from me, I wanna feel you in my arms again. Tim Walz came to me on a summer breeze. Keep Tim Walz 2028 in my memory. But it's me you need to show. How deep is your love for Tim Walz? How deep is your love? Tim Walz needs to know that we're living in a world of fools, revealing his fraud when they all should let him be. Tim Walz belongs to all of us. We love Tim Walz. We think he is so freaking cute. And we know he is the man and we want him now. Tim Walz 2020 frickin' 8. I do want to test out something real quick, you guys. My pink brony bros. I have a craving. I want to do a sound check on something, so... Okay, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. OMG, OMG. Let's try this one more time. Okay, here we go. And you come to me on a summer breeze. All right, so I think I got the gain figured out. So we got the gain just right, I think. Gain was a little too low on 12. I think 14 decibels is just where it needs to be, it seems like. So I think we're sitting pretty at 14.
This morning on the freshly paved over Rose Garden, our commander-in-chief presided over an important American tradition, the annual pardon of the turkeys. See, fascists have fun, too. It's fun. And I know a lot of people have been comparing Trump to Hitler lately, but there's some major differences between. For instance, Hitler was married to a woman who loved him. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie.
Man, Jimmy Kimmel actually thinks he's funny, doesn't he? He's not funny. Jimmy Kimmel just has Trump derangement syndrome, man, and it's just sad. It's just sad, man. Just pathetic, bro. Okay, stream is healthy. Good.
Kirk is anything other than one of them.
Of course, Kimmel's more of a frustrated MS Now pundit than a comedian at this point, unless you think assassination is funny. This was the ABC star just 2 days before the third attempt on Trump's life.
We're going to have fun tonight, and I'm happy you decided to stay, Mr. President. And don't worry, if we bruise your ego, it'll only make your hands look less disgusting. You're looking good, though, Mr. President.
Jimmy Kimmel's out of his mind.
Who did your makeup? Kraft Singles? First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania. So beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Deeply unfunny.
Yeah, it's a little, I don't know. Jimmy Kimmel's just, his Trump derangement syndrome is showing, and it's pretty obvious, and the guy is just out of his mind. That's just it, man. Jimmy Kimmel's just out of his mind, dude. His Trump derangement syndrome's getting the best of him, bro. And that's it. That's all you need to know. He's just too crazy for his own good, you know? Jimmy Kimmel's out of his mind, man. Out of his mind, bro. Out of his mind.
Man, just when you thought they couldn't get any lower. Yeah, First Lady comment. I wonder if Cole Thomas Allen was watching. The language in the suspect's manifesto echoes what we hear regularly unleashed against the president. It's now become normalized. But after being targeted herself Saturday night, Melania...
Yeah, it is weird how the level of political violence has become normalized in this country. It just shouldn't be. It's sad that it has to be. It's just messed up, dude. It's increasingly messed up, and I don't even know how to... how do you take that? At the end of the day, how do you wrestle with it, man? How do you wrestle with the craziness in the political sphere? You just don't know. Sometimes you can't, man. Sometimes you just can't. But, Trump's the man. That's all I know. So Trump's the GOAT. That's the best thing you can know. He's the man, the greatest president of all time, man. So I'm probably going to end the stream here in probably another 40 minutes, probably. We're going to keep streaming for another 40 minutes, though. I'm just happy to be with you guys, happy to be speaking with you guys, and I enjoy doing this show with you guys. I really do. You guys make this show incredibly enjoyable, and I don't know what I would do without you guys. You guys make this show fun, man. Just about there, you guys. Sorry about that. Okay, figured it out. Sorry about that. Okay, let's keep going. Sorry, I was checking my phone now. I was making sure some stats looked good. Here we go.
Has had just about enough. Posting on X, people like Kimmel shouldn't have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate. A coward, Kimmel hides behind ABC because he knows the network will keep running cover to protect him. Enough is enough. It's time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? Well, President Trump echoed her statement and saying outright that Kimmel should be fired. Now, imagine what the Democrats would have done if there had been not one, not two, but three attempts on the life of Barack Obama. They probably would have...
Actually, yeah, put the shoe on the other foot. The Democrats would have freaked out, like, intensely. And the thing is, I mean, dude, there'd be riots in the streets. There would have been riots in the streets. The difference between us and the left, though, is we take action in different ways. We don't believe in protest. We believe in just taking the right amount of action to get a result. Clearly, the Trump derangement syndrome is not going away anytime soon, and it's pretty obvious that it isn't. So I think we have to unfortunately live in a world where Trump derangement syndrome is shockingly a socially acceptable thing, in which it shouldn't be a socially acceptable thing. There should be no reason to constantly make threats against the president. I don't understand that. I really don't understand the mindset with these people. I think that there's just levels of craziness that just goes into all this, and it's insanity to me. It's really insanity. It's pure insanity. I just can't, man. It's just crazy to me. That's all. That's all I'm trying to get at. It's crazy. Give me a few more moments, everybody. I know I keep asking for moments and moments and moments and moments and moments. I keep going and going and going and going and going and going. Mm-mm-mm. Dude, yeah, I like Trump, man. I think Trump's the man. There's nothing wrong with thinking that. If I believe that Trump is the man, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, bro? The right number. Let's see. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Save the settings. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, testing 2. Testing 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Testing 1. I think 14 decibels is just the right amount. I still think that 14 decibels just feels right. Doesn't need to be in red at all. Yeah. 14 dB sounds correct, man. It feels like it's the proper number. Yeah, I like it. Let's just do one more sound check on. Perfecto.
Tried to shut down the entire Republican Party altogether by now. And speaking of Obama, his first reaction on Sunday was kind of a pro forma rejection of violence on both sides, adding that the shooter's motive was unclear. Unclear? Come on. You went to Yale, right? But after the first two attempts on Trump's life and after Charlie Kirk was killed, it was obvious the Democrats hadn't learned a thing. They not only didn't stop their venomous lies, they upped the ante.
What Donald Trump wants is a one-party MAGA dictatorship.
Donald Trump is a dictator.
He thinks he should be allowed to do and give whatever order he wants because he's a wannabe dictator.
We are in an era of maximum warfare.
Maximum warfare. And what's worse, that none of them actually believe what they're saying. They all know they're lying. None of them truly thinks that Trump is a Nazi or that he's a dictator, or none of them think that he's going to outlaw elections in the future.
And this is crazy because some of them actually do think that. Like, they actually believe that that's Trump's MO. They really believe that. They think that Trump is like some sort of dictator. It's insane. It's wild to me that they think that. And they can think what they want. At the end of the day, they're just dumb. Okay, we're good. We're back in action. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. OMG. Testing all day long. Testing in a juicy man thong. All day long in a juicy man thong. Juicy man thong. Juicy man thong. Juicy man thong. Everybody wants me in a juicy man thong. Oh.
They only repeat the slander for campaign donations and to get voters to the polls, for raw power. So why would they all show up Saturday night to hear a dictator? They wouldn't. But countless alienated leftists who live their lives online begin.
And that's true. I mean, a lot of the left tends to be chronically online. Look, I do this show when I'm online, but, sometimes I like to do the show in any way I want. I love it, bro. I love it. I need it. I want it. I need it. Oh. Tell me, how am I supposed to live without you? Tell me, how am I supposed to live without you?
To believe that it's their call of duty to stop Trump by any means necessary. It's assassination couture, and the Democrats' new pro-Hamas pinup boy wears it well.
Oh, God. Hassan Piker, the biggest chode in the universe. Nobody likes Hassan, dude. Hassan is, oh God, he's the chodiest man of the chodes. You are a chode. No, but he is honestly, Hassan Piker is the worst of the worst. Terrible.
He's called for the murder of Senator Rick Scott, said that the streets should be soaked in red capitalist blood, and rationalized the murder of a healthcare CEO. He's a militant Nepo baby twerp.
Yeah, honestly, Hassan Piker's a crazy person in my mind. I don't know how people can stand listening to the dude. The guy is out of his mind. Hassan Piker is beyond nutso in my mind. He's beyond nutso, dude. Crazy man. He's a crazy man. Now, I am probably going to, I think once I'm done streaming for the rest of the night, I'm going to do a few short videos, obviously. And then, but yeah, no, we're not doing the short videos just yet, though. Since we finally found our groove, we finally found the right decibel levels. 14 to 14.5 decibels appears to be in our proper range for this show.
Influencer delivering a Democrat call
and I'm
to
all
arms.
about it.
The top leaders of the Democrat Party may stop short of his language, but still, in the shooter's manifesto, their words echo.
He's insecure. He's a wannabe dictator.
He's acting like a king, a despot, a wannabe dictator.
Yep. All the leftist propaganda, all the leftist rhetoric saying that Trump is a dictator. You see it at the No Kings rallies. And the people at the No Kings rallies are insecure Democrats who watch MSNBC. They watch all these terrible networks, right? It's just I don't know. It's just clear.
As a candidate, he was acting as an outlaw candidate, and I would say he was acting like a tyrant.
Of course, when Democrats are called on their rhetoric, though, they deny it.
You have, as many of your fellow Democrats, have used some heated rhetoric against the president. And do you think twice about that when something like this happens?
What rhetoric do you have in mind?
Just talking about some of the fact that he, is terrible for this country and so on and so forth. I understand that that's your democratic right, but overall,
yeah.
Do you
I have
have a
no
responsibility?
personal problem with Donald Trump at all. I mean, I talk about the policies of this administration.
No, do you? I don't know this guy very well, so it's possible he does or doesn't. I have no clue. You guys would have to fill me in. I have zero clue who this representative is. But no, a lot of Democrats have just, honestly, have just made Trump's life, in my opinion, far worse than it needs to be, man. I just think that there's just so much violent rhetoric from the left. And, when does it stop? When does the violent rhetoric end? It's got to end at some point, man. And to be honest, it's just like it gets tiring when the left tries to justify their levels of violence and all that shit. And I think this is why a lot of people are just kind of sick and tired of the left in general. And I can't say I blame people for being tired of the left. I mean, who wouldn't be? Who the hell wouldn't be, man? I know I am. I know I am sick and tired of the left. Wholeheartedly. When you say that Donald Trump is a fascist, it doesn't offend me. Sean Lawrence Kearns, it doesn't offend me. But honestly, you can call him a fascist all day. I just think it's stupid. It doesn't offend me. I just think that you're an idiot. Because, to be honest, Donald Trump has shown that he's the complete opposite of a fascist. Donald Trump has shown that he is the absolute opposite of a fascist. Whether you like to admit that or not, And you're not going to want to admit that, obviously. It goes against your whatever belief systems you guys have on the left, I mean, you guys are going to believe that he is the devil. That's what you guys have been believing this whole time. And granted, that's your, right to believe that garbage. But at the end of the day, I just know that you guys are wrong on just about everything and about a lot of the key issues. And one of the reasons I don't vote Democrat is because I just believe that Democrats are wholly wrong and they just don't understand good policy. No, Sean Lawrence, he's not a fascist. How is he the definition of a fascist? Tell me what he has done that has shown that he's the definition of a fascist. Is it because he says things that you don't like to hear? Is it because you can't stand the fact that he says things that just you don't like? What is it? It seems like, dude, Sean, it seems like you're more offended that I disagree with you. Because I'm not offended. I'm really not offended. You can call Trump whatever you like. At the end of the day, I believe what I believe, and I believe he's not a fascist. So, and I think that those who believe Donald Trump is a fascist, I just think you're kind of dumb and have a low IQ. So me thinking that Donald Trump is not a fascist is proof that I'm a fascist? Really? Well, how about this? Since you're falsely accusing him of being a fascist, that makes you a fascist. Because you just don't like what Trump has to say. It pisses you off because you live in a world of political correctness. I don't. The truth is, the person who's most offended here is you. Trump's the man. I'm proud to say that, man. I think he's one of the best presidents we've ever had. And, yeah, that's what I believe, man. So you're saying that fascists defend fascists and cover for them? So here's the thing. If I was a fascist, wouldn't I be proud of it? Wouldn't I be proud of it if I was a legit fascist? So it's seriously, it's so mentally ill. It is so mentally ill whenever I hear a leftist try to debate me on this shit. I swear the left is like the king of mental illness, the queens of mental illness. You guys are just so out of your minds. But no, I just think a lot of you guys are out of your collectivist minds, and that's just what I believe wholeheartedly. But yeah, no, I do think that Trump's the man. I do think Trump is one of the greatest presidents we've ever had, and like I said, there's going to be a lot of people who hate this. Tylord says, "Let's use liberal logic then. Who supports Iran?" Yeah, it's obvious. The left seems to be on Iran's side during this whole war. And in all actuality, I'm just surprised that they are. You know, it is shocking to me. It really is shocking. And but you know, what can you do? What can you freaking do at that point? The left does what they do. And that's exactly what the left does. It's exactly what they believe. How the hell am I lying? In what way am I lying? You tell me. In what way am I lying? Just tell me. How am I lying? Come on, man. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand when everything's made to be broken. I just want you to know who I am. We got Frog Eat Frog in the house. What up? If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you cry with me and just forget we lost the election? Before we get too old, show me the garden that's bursting into life, and all that I am, and all that I ever was, is here in your perfect eyes. They're all I can see, and I don't know where, confused about how as well. Just know that these things will never change for us at all. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world? Thank you guys. I don't know if you guys are big fans of the Snow Patrol, but Snow Patrol is one of my favorite bands. Happy Poop Yum Yum is my favorite, what do you call it? Happy Poop Yum Yum is my favorite gift. It's the best gift. I'm going to do one more sound check. $15 decibels it is. I think 15 decibels is where we need to be. It feels so centered. It feels so right. We've had pretty much right there, and it's ready to record every time. So, yeah, we're going for 15. It just feels... Froggy Frog is saying Garza's singing some sweet shit in here. Let's see some heart. Yeah, dude. I'm singing to my heart's content, man. Singing hard, bro. You gotta sing, man. You gotta sing. You gotta get the bling, dude. Bling, bling, bling. Yo, yo, yo. It's party time. Party time in the house. I think I'm gonna keep it to 14 point. I'm torn between keeping this at 14.5 or 15. 15's not bad. It's usually in a good spot. It seems nice. I'd say 15. Because every time I talk, it stays in the yellow, but that's exactly where we want it to be. We want it to stay in the yellow. Always stay in the yellow, in my opinion. That's the way to go. Try not to clip, obviously. See, my main fear is clipping. I try not to clip when I'm doing this, but it's really hard to clip at 15 decibels, it feels like, on this mic, so that's kind of good. I'd have to be screaming top of my lungs, but yeah, overall, it seems like the 15 decibel level appears to work. Frog Eat Frogs. So Tylord says I got a comment blocked on YouTube again, if I could say. Yeah, here's the problem. YouTube's automated systems in the... the thing about YouTube's automated systems is this. It tends to block certain comments that it deems, I guess, not very woke or something like that. It's really tough to say what goes on through the mind of YouTube half the time. But yeah, it does suck. But yeah, and Froggy Frog is saying I got my chat restricted. That's bullshit. You know that, Froggy Frog. You know you're full of shit. I love you, bro. I love you, though. It's bullshit. All right, here we go. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. OMG. Here we go. Let it fly. Trifecta. Here we go.
The authoritarianism like we saw on display in Minneapolis.
Oh, he doesn't believe that. It's all a lie. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think she's right, man. It's a lie. Frog Eat Frog says he can say a lot of other stuff. He's a fascist. So Frog Eat Frog is telling me I'm a fascist, dude. That sucks, bro. Frog Eat Frog doesn't love me anymore. I use the same words 90% of people. I don't know, dude. Says he doesn't piss in the sink. Frog Eat Frog has been thinking that I piss in the sink for quite a while. I don't do that, man. I'm not about that life. I'm not about that life, bro. I look like I am, though. But I don't think I am. I hope not. And all that I am, and all that I ever was here in your perfect eyes. They're all I can see. If I lay here, if I just lay here? Would you lie with me and just forget the world? Thank you, guys. Let's keep going. Keep it juicy. Everybody is so juicy. Everybody likes the mussy. Everybody's juicy today. Everybody's so juicy.
Saying tonight, now it's time for the party to put up or shut up. Answer this question. Do you want to stoke a revolution against this government or not? Because all of you, your language.
Yeah, honestly, in the way that they speak about it, they act like he's like the worst person of all time. He's a dictator. No, he's not. Our system of government prevents that from even happening. So, I don't know. The left is out of its mind, bro. Out of its mind. Oh, yeah.
Calls for revolution. Now, we all studied our American history, so we know there are times when violence is the answer, when we're facing a tyrant, right? Or a real danger on the other side because of an elected official.
But here's the thing. Donald Trump is not a tyrant. That's the difference.
Right, that's our whole Declaration of Independence. So Jeffries, Schumer, Pelosi, Warren, Raskin, if you don't want this to continue, you must unequivocally say on camera that the president is not a dictator, he's not a fascist, and that he's a duly elected president of the United States. Vigorous debate, aggressive debate, that's great. That's fine. We all.
And by the way, the people wanted him to be the president. If they didn't, they wouldn't have voted for him. He won the Electoral College, which is what really matters the most, and he also won the popular vote. That sent a statement to the left. The voters sent a clear statement to the left. We're done with your bullshit. We're done with the left has gotten a little too out of hand, in my opinion. So I don't listen to a lot of the leftist rhetoric. At the end of the day, I think the left is just become a little too cray-cray, you know? And it's just gotten a little too much for me to handle, if we're going to be honest. And, I just don't listen to the left. I just don't. There's no reason to. There just isn't.
I'll do it. But some things are beyond the pale. He's not Stalin because you disagree with his approach to the war in Ukraine. Thank you very much. It's not enough for Democrats to condemn the violence on both sides. I don't want to hear that either. They are trying to kill our president. So I have a suggestion tonight. Try beating Trump on the issues. Why not offer the country something positive? You tried phony Russia collusion. You tried impeachments. You tried indictments. You tried casting him as...
Yeah, they've tried so many things. It's all failed. It's all failed. It's just derangement, man. It's just derangement.
Hitler to energize your supporters. None of it worked.
That's another crazy
thing,
thing,
Will you ever
dude.
learn?
They don't learn.
Do you want to learn?
Yeah,
Be sure to like
they never will.
and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
Here's the problem with the left is the left is insane. Let's just be honest. It's just true. And look at even Sean Hannity saying, "Look, the threats against Trump are not going away. Let's react to this video."
For the third time in less than 2 years, a would-be assassin tried and failed to murder President Trump. And coming up tonight,
Yes.
we have live reaction from the FBI director, Kash Patel, former deputy FBI director, former Secret Service agent. Dan Bongino will join us. Senator John Fetterman will be here.
I do love me some John Fetterman, though. I've become a huge Fetterman fan. Ever since he, understood what the right policies were, and that the Democrats don't understand correct policy. I think John Fetterman's eventually going to have to become independent, just because the party he's a part of is just a little too cray-cray. Democrats are a little too cray-cray.
Is calling on his fellow Democrats to drop the Trump derangement syndrome and build the White House ballroom so
Yeah, the White House ballroom is not a bad idea, by the way.
big events like the White House Correspondents'
Ultimately, it's a
Dinner
great idea,
can be
if you
safe
think about it.
and secure for all.
Totally a good
we'll
idea.
ask Senator Fetterman
like it.
about the over-the-top violent rhetoric from Democrats, by the way, including Jimmy Kimmel. Earlier last week, he, quote, unquote, joked Melania Trump had a glow like an expectant widow.
Crazy.
The First Lady is now responding to, quote, coward Jimmy Kimmel. We'll bring you exactly what she said. That's straight ahead. But we begin with several major issues present during each assassination attempt against President Trump. First and foremost, there were major issues with the size and scope of the perimeter. There are multiple more robust perimeters.
That was a legit issue. That absolutely was a legit issue, for sure. 100%.
I've experienced it myself at the RNC and the DNC every 4 years. The first perimeter may be a mile or a half a mile from the actual venue. Overseas, I've been with world leaders. Events feature a much wider, much more secure perimeter. In Butler, a gunman was able to get on a ladder and was a mere 130 yards away on a rooftop outside, quote, the perimeter.
Which is still wild to me that even happened, you know what I mean? That is still wild to me that was even able to happen. It shouldn't have happened. And the fact that it did happen is utterly insane.
Perimeter, that should be well within the perimeter. That's an easy shot for even a half-skilled marksman. In West Palm Beach at Trump International, a would-be assassin in the woods with a rifle, again, only a couple of hundred feet from where a president was playing golf. By the way, an area well known for paparazzi over the years. And like Butler, the area at Trump International was never swept. It was never secured. There's no excuse.
You got to secure those areas, man. You got to secure those areas. Straight up 100%, man. You got to secure that shit. It's got to be happening. You got to do it. If you don't secure the area, man, you're not gonna protect the president. You got to protect the pres, dude. You got to protect him.
This. And by the way, that does not mitigate the bravery of those men and women that raced into danger and harm's way, that are willing to take a bullet for elected officials, for our cabinet members. This weekend, the perimeter, again, way too close, only a few hundred feet away from the president, just outside the ballroom where President Trump, almost every major cabinet official, the vice president, all having dinner. The entire hotel, again, not swept, not secure. Anyone who made a hotel reservation had access to that hotel. No bags were checked. This guy with a gun on the premises got 50 yards from that ballroom.
And that should not have happened. If the president's going to be at a hotel, every guest needs to be checked. Period. End of story. That just needs to happen. That's a no-brainer right there. That is a no-brainer. Every guest needs to be checked if you're going to stay at that place. And the president's going to be there on a certain date. There should be a rule that says, hey, every hotel guest is going to have all their shit checked to make sure that you're not going to try to harm the president, you know?
Let us be very clear. These security perimeters have got to be way bigger, more secure, and there's got to be multiple layers. Now, every square inch of any building where a president will be must be completely swept and secured. In other words, you sweep it, and then you...
Yeah, you make sure there's no existing threats, exactly. The goal is to confirm if there are existing threats in the vicinity, and if there are, you got to find a way to get them out of there. Whatever threat is there, you have to neutralize the threat or remove the threat somehow. You know what I mean? That's what the Secret Service does. Frog Eat Frog says that dude ran straight out of his clothes. Exactly. Crazy. Unbelievable, man.
Make sure nobody goes there. Simple. The perimeter has to be multi-layered and much further away. And I'll say it again, for the entire hotel, it has to be swept, it has to be locked down, and then it has to be secured after it's swept so it doesn't need to be swept again. In fact, just after this weekend's attack, I spoke with the president by phone. I urged him to postpone the dinner and not return to the ballroom, which he made very clear to me and to everyone else that was in the room with him that he wanted to do. At that point, the security concerns inside and outside the perimeter, they were just too high, and the president absolutely made the right call to leave, speak from the White House. He will reschedule, he says, hopefully within the next 30 days. Sadly, the threats against President Trump, they are not going away. Year after year, Democrats, the media mob, they have radicalized their base. And I'm not going to...
That's true. I mean, that is true. I mean, honestly, the Democrats have just gotten so crazy with a lot of their rhetoric, and, I don't understand it half the time. I just feel like they're just a bunch of people complaining. Just complaining. That's all they do, is they just complain, they complain, and what do you do? What do I do with complainers? I ignore them. I ignore the left. The left is terrible, dude. The left are a bunch of complainers.
I'm going to read from the recent failed assassin's pathetic manifesto, but...
Oh, yeah, that manifesto is garbage, by the way. Garbage. Dude, thank you, Annie, for the happy poop yum yums. It looks like Annie sent 5 happy poop yum yums. Thank you so much. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop. Yum, yum. Thank you so much, Annie. I appreciate it. All right, let's keep going.
Let's just say it's not the rantings of someone with schizophrenia. Instead, this guy was simply regurgitating that which we hear often.
Yeah, the same in that man's manifesto. It's a bunch of the same rhetoric that you hear from the mainstream media. I mean, the mainstream media, in a lot of ways, is their rhetoric against Trump is crazy.
Called Democratic legacy media mob talking points, just like these. Take a look.
The entire Democrat Party has made their pitch to voters across the country that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to democracy, that he is a fascist, and that they compare him to Hitler. I mean, these are despicable statements that the American people have been consuming for years. And so many mentally perturbed individuals are led to believe these words are truth and then are inspired to act on it. I have a whole host of examples that we can share with you after. It is pages and pages of major Democrat Party elected officials saying, such as Rep. Hakeem Jeffries just this month said, "We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time." Governor Josh Shapiro said heads need to roll within the administration. Senator Alex Padilla said people are, quote, dying because of fear and terror caused by the Trump administration. Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff saying President Trump using a dictator playbook. Senator Ed Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids. Governor J.B. Pritzker, never before in my life have I called for mass protest disruptions. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. You have Rep. Presley saying, "We'll see you in the streets." Rep. Monica McIver, a Democrat representative on Capitol Hill, "We will not take this from Donald Trump. He thinks he's a dictator. We are at war." These are Democrat elected officials calling.
That's some crazy rhetoric, man. That is some deranged rhetoric right there. It's Trump derangement syndrome, bro. I know people don't want to admit it, but man, that shit's Trump derangement syndrome, bro. I think you know I'm right, bro. Brony. If you guys can, don't forget to send a gift. The more gifts we get, the better. You get an instant shout out if you get a gift. Annie gets all the shout outs today because she sent a lot of happy poop yum yums and all the other cool gifts. I want to give a shout out to Cancel. Thank you for sending gifts as well. The more gifts we get, it really does fund the channel in a lot of ways. Even little gifts really help. Happy poop yum yums. So tap the gift button. Happy poop yum yum is my favorite. If you guys want to send a happy poop, I'm glad to get them. But yeah, the more happy poop yum yums, the happier I am, man.
Calling for war against the President of the United States and his supporters. I could go on and on, but again, when you have people in positions of power that are saying things like this every single day for years,
the rhetoric's
you are inspiring violence by people who are already mentally ill. And that's what we've seen against this president for far too long.
100% dude. 100%
Trump. Let's see, we hear it all the time.
Dude, seriously, the rhetoric needs to stop. Frog Eat Frog just sent happy poop yum yums. Frog Eat Frog just sent us 5 happy poop yum yums. Maybe 6, maybe 7, maybe 8. I don't know. How many happy poop yum yums will Frog Eat Frog send? But no, thank you, Frog Eat Frog. I appreciate those happy poop yum yums. You're the man, dog. You're the man now, dog. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Frog Eat Frog. I love you, bro.
Hitler, fascist, racist, Gestapo, telling voters that he's a threat to democracy, that this is just
it's crazy that they tell voters
that. Take a look.
That he's not a threat to
Many
democracy.
of your fellow Democrats have used some heated rhetoric.
By the way, he was duly elected. How is he a threat to anything? The American people wanted him to be the president. American people wanted him to be the president, brother. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Texas Jane just sent a floating heart. Thank you so much, Texas Jane, for the floating heart. It helps the channel. Like I said, any gifts people want to send, we always appreciate them. Boom. Oh, Frog Eat Frog is very, very sprung, is what he's trying to say. Frog Eat Frog is into some strange things. I have the chat logs. No, Frog Eat Frog's the man, dude. Thank you so much for the thank you guys for the happy poop yum yums, and thank you guys for all the other cool gifts. I greatly appreciate it, man. Thank you. You guys are amazing. Amazing. You guys are keeping this show afloat, man. You guys are keeping it afloat. I'm the Masot. I'm the most sensitive of all time, yo. But no, thank you guys again for those gifts. I appreciate it big time. The more gifts we get, the better. Obviously, it does help the channel grow. But I am going to call it a night. We've already been streaming for about 4 hours, roughly. If anybody wants to send any last-second gifts, I appreciate it. We're going to finish. This will be the last video that we react to for the night. Once this video is done, I'm going to end the stream, and I'm going to say I love you guys. Because I do. I love you guys. You guys are amazing.
Against the president. And do you think twice about that when something like this happens?
What rhetoric do you have in mind?
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our...
Yeah, I remember this, dude. This was freaky. This is like emperor shit right here. Why was the background red? You know what I mean? And the crazy thing is, even a lot of the rhetoric also came from Joe Biden, basically saying that MAGA people were terrible. No, Make America Great Again is not a bad movement. The only people who made it seem bad was the mainstream media by calling it racist all the time. Just because you don't agree with a movement doesn't make it fucking racist, you morons. How many times do I got to tell you guys? Me believing in a certain movement doesn't make it a bad movement. Doesn't make it racist either. Oh. The left will call anybody a Nazi or a racist just to dehumanize them and to defame them because they don't agree with it. Because I have simply different viewpoints than you do does not make me a racist. It just probably makes me more sensible than you, to be honest. But I'm not, it's just terrible to call people racist when they're not. That's what I'm trying to say. But it's crazy though, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But like I said, I do want to thank you guys for tuning in tonight. I feel like we're really finding our ground as a channel, and things are looking up. I think things are looking really up for this channel, and I think things are looking up for Trump as well. Once the war in Iran is done, I think everything will be good, but let's keep listening to this terrible rhetoric from Biden.
Republic.
I just don't even know why there aren't
Nancy
uprisings
Pelosi,
all over
gross.
the country, and maybe there will be.
The threat right now in this country to the American people are extreme MAGA Republicans.
That is so crazy.
That's the threat.
Such
Mark
bullshit.
Milley said, no one has ever been more dangerous.
No one's been more dangerous than Tim Walz, allegedly. Allegedly. Harris and Walz, jeez.
To this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core.
We're in a war right now to save this country, and so you have to be willing to do whatever is necessary in order to save the country.
You get out and you create a crowd, and you push back on them.
These people are insane. Dude, the left is insane. The left has lost its freaking mind. The left is crazy. They call anybody a fascist, dude. They'll call anyone a fascist.
You tell them they're not welcome anymore, anywhere.
I don't understand why it's so difficult for the press to have a consistent narrative about how dangerous Trump is.
Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do. We have a Timu Hitler in the White House right now. Yeah.
Did she say Timu Hitler in the White House? Oh my God. These people are deranged. Trump's the man, dude. Trump is the greatest president we've ever had. So just knock it off. Be grateful that we actually have a good, competent president.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
They're still going to
Madonna is so stupid. Madonna. Speaking of low IQ, Madonna.
have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
When was the
My God, dude. What the hell?
last time an actor assassinated a president?
Oh, Johnny Depp, don't. I didn't know. That saddens me. I didn't realize that Johnny Depp has major TDS. That sucks. And I'm gay for Johnny Depp, dude. I'm gay for Johnny Depp. Now I find out he's got Trump derangement syndrome. That sucks, dude.
We do now live in a country that has an authoritarian leader in charge.
He's just a vile creature, the worst thing on the face of the earth. But anyway.
Oh my God, Nancy Pelosi, you're the worst thing on the face of the earth with your alleged certain insider, certain trading. Allegedly. We all know what you did. Nancy Pelosi. Come on. Let's keep going. Nancy Pelosi's terrible. Anyway.
You think he's the worst thing on the face of the earth?
I do, yeah. I do.
11 years it's on a loop, dehumanizing, insightful rhetoric. Think about this. Just last week.
Yeah, and the mainstream media and Democrat politicians have done a great job of dehumanizing Trump. That's why you have all these crazy people doing these crazy things. It's as simple as that. And sadly, their formula is working. I wish it didn't, but sadly it is. It just frickin' is.
The current minority leader in the
Crazy.
House, Hakeem Jeffries, who could, be just one election away from
Hakeem
becoming a speaker,
frickin'
urging
Jeffries.
supporters to treat Trump's presidency like a war? Really? Take a look.
That's insane.
We are in an era.
This is insanity. Hakeem Jeffries, also they say, did they call him Timu Obama? Is that what I heard some people say?
Of maximum warfare.
everywhere, all the time. And we're going to keep the pressure.
He's trying so hard to be Barack Obama, dude. Hakeem Jeffries is trying so freaking hard to be Barack Obama. That is it. He's trying his damnedest to be a Barack Obama figure.
On Republicans in every single state in the union.
Now, tonight, Hakeem Jeffries is not apologizing or reflecting on his violent rhetoric. Instead, he only doubled down, writing, quote, "America will not be lectured about civility by far-right extremists." Barack Obama weighing in, pretending that the would-be assassin's motive wasn't known, even though his motive was very clearly stated in his own words, his own manifesto. For 11 years, our country has been tormented by Democrats, members of the legacy media mob, who just can't accept the results of two elections, 2016, 2024, breathlessly, repeatedly, falsely, predicating and predicting the end of America as we know it, and telling their loyal fan base, some that are very unhinged, that Trump is worse than Hitler and Stalin and Mussolini, and he's a Gestapo. And then they get angry, and then they get indignant. And when anyone calls out their terrible behavior, even after it very clearly contributes to violence, every Democrat, every one, they don't do a thing. They don't change, with the exception of very few, like John Fetterman. They should feel a deep level of shame. I think they're incapable of it. Sadly, the smears, the slander, the besmirchment, the hatred, it will continue without a second thought. That's why an even bigger burden now rests with the Secret Service and the FBI to keep our president, our elected officials, our cabinet safe and secure. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with me, Sean Hannity. The big interviews.
Crazy, man. It's crazy. I mean, to end this particular stream, I want to say that I'm stunned. I am just purely stunned. And it's crazy how much psychosis is on the left. You know what I mean? It just feels like the left is just... Yeah, Annie says these Dems need therapy. Yes, they do. They absolutely do. And it's just like the level of mental illness that I'm seeing from the left is just... It blows my mind. And... Yeah. It's crazy, man. Crazy. But either way, man, I don't know what to say, bro. Yeah, this Cole Allen guy, worst of the worst, man. Worst of the worst. Terrible. We'll end on this note. I want to say this. Thank you guys for taking the time to view this. Obviously, we're just... Like I said, I just get stunned sometimes, man. I just get a little bit stunned. But yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, I'm just going to end the stream for the rest of the night, but I do want to say, if you guys can, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Please press the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It does help us grow as a channel. We're currently sitting pretty at 10,334 subscribers. Once again, we're sitting pretty at 10,334 subs. So do not forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. Don't forget to double tap the screen to like the stream. We really appreciate all the likes that everybody's been giving us. Hey, Annie, again, I want to thank you so much for, first off, just contributing as much as you have. You've been so insanely helpful with these gifts. Anybody who's been sending me gifts, I just want to say a real heartfelt thank you. I'm going to be recording some short videos after this, so if you guys see a few uploaded short videos, well, that's just me uploading short videos like a crazy man. So that's what I do. All right. Anyway, thank you guys for your time. Love you guys. And I'll see you a little bit later. I'll see you tomorrow at some point. Probably in the morning. I might do a morning stream is what I'm thinking. But yeah. See y'all tomorrow. Mwah. Mwah. No, just kidding. I got to stop kissing you guys. All right. Love you guys. Stay safe. Don't forget to gift. But thank you, Annie.